Ooh, sorry about that. 1 second, everyone. Oh, super sorry about that, guys. Super sorry. There we go. Technical difficulties. Very sorry about that. Glad my intro was sort of thrown a bit of a wrench, but here we are. We are back. Yes, we are. It's been a while since we've done the morning show, so yeah, it's been a minute. And the six man, how are we doing in here?
What's up, man?
All right, so it seems like on my end, I'm not hearing you, which could have been part of the complication. So give me 1 second to refresh, and I'll be right back in a second. We'll get our guests in. And can you guys hear me though? You guys can hear me? So maybe I wasn't able to hear M the six man. All right, cool. So it's on him. Awesome. We will go and do a mic check. M the six man, how we doing?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, you hear him? Okay, give me 1 second. You hear me now?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm not hearing any sound on my end. Give me a sec. I don't know what's going on here. Let me refresh and I'll be right back. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everyone. We'll get this started in just a couple minutes. So be right back. All right. Hopefully that'll fix the issue. I'm not sure what the. Let me see. How about now? And the six man. Uh, still not hearing you on my end. Now I hear you. Yes, we are back, guys. I am super sorry about this. Has not happened to me before, but I hear you now loud and clear. It's a little low on my end. So that's the only thing. But otherwise, just maybe get a little closer to the mic.
How about now? Does that any better?
That is 100% better. Yes.
Okay.
I hear you. You hear me. We are on the way to getting this started.
Refresh because the chat is not loaded for me now.
Awesome. Okay, guys. So let's start off with the intro one more time. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Super sorry. It's been a while since we've done a morning show. And yes, it's a whole different kind of thing than a regular game. So the logistics for getting this started are a little bit wonky and different. But we're glad to go and have Vinyls Never Die, as well as all you guys in the chat, Steve Veerman and the Six Man. We're going to be going across every single type of collector that you can imagine. And we also have a Dapper employee with us, too. So you really have the full arrangement of different personalities, experiences, collections to build your Top Shot moments. We're going to be doing this on the website first on day one, get our lineups in. You guys will see sort of what all of us are thinking on day one, and then we can move on through the slate. We're not going to spend like too much time hammering everything out, but I think sort of the game theory behind this, how Steve will build his lineup with legendaries, how I'll do it as a February 21 user for those of us out there who were in my boat. Vinyls, also as a Dapper employee, I'm sure has his own sort of way of playing, and it'll be interesting. Maybe he stays out of the conversation since he made the game, but I think it'll also be fun to see too who he would play. And the 6-man actually, interestingly enough, and we'll go into the story and he'll talk more about it, but season collector on Top Shot, sold it all though, and sold it so that he could go and recoup some money, and bought back in, and he's back up to 25,000 TSS. He's rebuilt his collection. In a lot of ways, I think we all envy him for being able to consolidate, sort of like his, previous collection and then bring it into something new. So that was awesome to go and see. Without further ado, now that we've done our intros, let's go and bring ahead if Vinyls wants to go and request to be on stage. If Steve Veerman is here and ready to go and kick it with us, we are going to be so happy to go and get into the day one slate. And I see that Vinyls is hopping in right now. And let's see. Awesome. And yes. Hey, February 21. Well, yeah, Jay. We came in around the same cohort, the same class. And for whatever reason, we still are hanging on to a lot of the stuff that we have from back then. But at least for me, it's pretty cool that we get to use some of these moments in our collection. So I just pulled a Kobe White Legendary the other day. He's having a great season. So in some ways, too, still going and getting into a couple things here and there on the Holo spectrum. So let's see. We got Steve Veerman. We got Vinyls here. I don't know if I see your cameras, but I do hear you guys right now. Are you experiencing the same, Matt, or do you see their cameras as well?
I don't see or hear anybody else. Oh, wait. Okay.
Now they just appeared. Perfect. There we are. Steve, mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We're good. Vinyls, what's going on, brother?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes. All right, great. Here the both of you. I guess I'm the 6-man had to go and step off. It's been a while, Steve. It's always great to catch up with you, and I think the community in general. So actually today, I was, sort of telling a few people since last night, like, hey, Steve's coming around. And the first question I had was, Steve is still involved in Top Shot? Is he still like, how is he still in it? Like, as you know, and so I guess like, yeah, you can clarify that and tell us where you've been, what you've been up to, fatherhood, congratulations, and yeah, just everything else.
Yeah, I mean, quick update. I mean, I never left Top Shot. I've got almost 54,000 moments. Like, I can't leave. It's impossible. I'm a lifer. So yeah, I've been building my collection though, but I'm still writing tools. Funny enough, I'm actually in Denver for an Ethereum developer event, and I've been hanging with the Flow team. So
nice.
It's interesting to be like around people who are building the platform that I'm building on top of. Super cool. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for the upcoming months because I want to push out a lot of work. So hopefully you'll get some updates from me.
Awesome. Love to hear it. That you're in over there. So I actually have a buddy of ours also over in Denver as well. They caught the Denver game last night against
Nice.
that was a fun one against the Miami Heat. I'm sure those of us who watched it and suffered through that one yet again, that nightmare, Heat fans anyway. Vinyls, I guess we have you here in the chat, and I know you're going to be furiously dealing with February 1st, the first day of the slate. We saw you a week ago, but of course feel free to say hi to the community and any exciting updates on your front since we last spoke. A lot has happened. Don't know that we need to get so much into the weeds of Twitter and the Barstool people and whatever, but yeah, a lot of stuff.
It was one of the wildest weeks I could ever remember on this job. When I saw it, I was literally in bed getting my 2 kids to sleep, and I have Woj as one of the 5 Twitter accounts that I have notifications on, and that tweet came through, and my wife like thought a friend died or something. She must have seen like just pure terror on my face as I was like, I gotta go, and I just sprinted downstairs. We got into an emergency room immediately, and reached out to our contacts in different places and got things taken down. But yeah, a very wild week. The Woj the Woj tweet actually spiked our new user signups. It was the
crazy.
highest new user signups in a single day in 12 months.
That's
So
insane.
yeah, it was. There's a chart where you could just see like one massive like spire, and it was from that. But yeah, no, very excited. March 1st, brand new fast break run. I literally just sent out the email to all the invitees. But one big change, the wait list is off. Your friends want to come and play, they'll come right on in and play the game. No more wait lists, no more gate. Come right in. Couple other fun things I can share. We have a new user onboarding directly through Fastbreak that is hopefully going to be going live today. We are also going to be unveiling our new UI changes. I know you guys see that bottom bar right now. That was sort of the precursor to what we have done. I think people are really going to like it. It's going to make it a lot more fun to follow the games and follow your players. So I'm hoping that'll probably be released here in the next couple hours. So if you see me distracted, it's because I'm just making sure things are getting released. And the last thing I can share, and I don't think this has been shared anywhere else, so let's call this alpha.
Let's go.
Fast Break is going to be native in the NBA Top Shot app.
Yes, that
there
is
will
awesome.
There will be a Fast Break button, and you will be able to play the whole game directly inside the app.
Very, very, very cool. And I'd be remiss without mentioning the blog post. I believe that was. I don't know if it's on the blog right now.
No, it's not on a blog. We actually created a whole new landing page. So if you're on the
that
Fast
was really
Break
cool.
page,
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
If you're on the Fast Break page, just hit that rules and rewards button on top of the daily leaders.
Yeah. So when I saw this pop up yesterday, we can talk about my Hollow experience and M6 man. If we can ever get that clip, like my natural reaction during that time, I haven't bought a Hollow now since S2. And that super cool UI schematic at the beginning. We touched on this during the pack drop last time. And now we have reveals coming out. And so we'll see if Hover ever makes its debut back. But the UI that I saw when I first came on here, I was like, okay, this is really cool. And I'm going down the list and I'm reading through all the rules. Everything is very laid out, pretty crystal clear. Even the tiebreakers, I think they were succinctly very written out. The daily requirements every day broken down in terms of how many game slates. It's just everything is right here for you. And so, I guess the only thing right there, you saw me have a little bit of a tough time finding this page. So maybe we should make this somewhere besides rules and rewards. And that could be like home or something like that. Or like this, because for me, this would be really cool to share with someone who's like, how do I play it? But I can't sit here and tell you all day how to like play this game. But you have it all right here. Anything that we should touch on in terms of what you guys laid out on this page before we get into the 6 man in here, and then we'll go in through the lineups.
Yeah, I mean, so it's pretty much in terms of rules the same as last run. Everything is basically the same. The only big change is that now we're awarding the top 25 every day instead of just number 1. So number 2 through 25 will get a video game numbers pack from this upcoming drop. So the first few days, people won't get their packs, and then they'll all start coming in every day starting Tuesday once the drop occurs. So very excited for that. The MGLE packs are from the most recent MGLE. The Hollow Icon pack is from the most recent Hollow Icon pack, and then the video game numbers packs are from this current video game numbers drop, which of course has Steph and LeBron in the packs. So a lot of fun prizes for this run. And then the other big change in the rewards was the 9 win packs. We literally doubled the amount of rares in those packs. And we also added another 3 legendaries to those packs. So really pump that up, really give people a reason to go for that 9 win pack.
Awesome. So I definitely want to hear from Steve Veerman, because I think some of those changes to the reward system is interesting, I guess, because there's always a lever, right? So for those of us out there who are hungry for rewards and, may have collections that we just are desperate to like get these things, then, great. But that sometimes comes at a cost to someone who's a, let's say S1 heavy collector like Steve. And so there's always like this sort of, I guess, prong that one might have when rewards or an impulse to say, okay, the rewards are here, but how's that going to also affect my collection, so to speak? So I definitely want to, if Steve has anything to weigh on that, I want to get in there, but also too, don't want to forget
I'm
the 6 min. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were done with your comment.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you're good. Get in there real quick.
No, I was just going to say, like, yeah, I'm all for these types of rewards, and I'm happy to hear that the packs have been like juiced even more. It's fun, I think, and I have no problem with that. I know some people do, but no, I have no problem with that. I think it's super cool. Fast break is a huge part of Top Shot now, and I think it's a great onboarding mechanism. And if it's a great way to get people to maybe get their first rare or whatever by like climbing this game or being good at this game, then I think that's a fantastic thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just meant in terms of, just in the, your class of TSS, like sometimes, that can be a problem. Sometimes it affects certain, people out there. And I understand why those mechanisms can be there. But obviously,
yeah, but that would be like, I don't know. I mean, there's a contingent of people, obviously most people work in their own like self-interest, right? And I'm not saying I don't, but like right now, I think we should be focusing on building community because we're a really small community.
Yes.
So it doesn't make sense for us to be too concerned over like a very small contingent of users. Like, let's just grow this thing to like a massive community. I mean, with that said, like I'm hoping, I know Dapper isn't like intentionally trying to like hurt any particular subset of users, but like, I don't think they should be like super, super, super careful either, because there's a risk of like, the product becoming stale if they don't want to innovate. So I'm always in favor of them experimenting and trying new things because it's super important. And they might, again, some users, it's hard to please everyone. That's a very important thing to consider too, because everyone comes in with a different objective. But I think they're doing a great job. So yeah, keep it up, Finals.
Yeah, and I guess just to sort of touch on the community aspect of it. So I'm going to bring in the 6min on this because, he also, as I had mentioned earlier, sold his collection, rebuilt it from the start. And so that for me has been a huge sort of eye-opening experience for, just he went into Top Shot the same as I did. And now he's rebuilding his collection. And I'm sort of helping guide him along the way too, me knowing what I know about Top Shot. And so it's very interesting, that question that you ask yourself sometimes, what would I be doing again if I were Top Shot? And I live vicariously through that journey with the 6man. Just why I wanted to bring him on. Not everybody out there has even 250 TSS like I do, 250,000 TSS. And so he gives a little bit of an angle. And when we get into the lineups, that's where sort of our bread and butter on Boards to Buckets, as much hoops as we watch, I'm giving him the angles that maybe even people with more seasoned collections may miss, just because by virtue of having that choice in front of you. And so as we get into it, Vinyls, you also see too how differently we all sort of shape this game as we go through. And to touch on the community aspect, because I can't remember exactly if we touched on this, but let's put the nail in the coffin right now in terms of trading moments. Let's say, for instance, right, there was a very overt part of this where it said additional rules all the way here at the bottle. Moments can be gifted or sold and used by another collector during the run, not just during the same night. And so for me, this was like super intentional. Last sentence of this, but it's right there, crystal clear. This is your guys' way, in my view, and this is a good move to allow people. And Jay, I saw him in the chat earlier. He was on team, let's, work together on challenges. We were doing the same things as well. That was so much fun back then, trading with other people, running through locker room packs and sending them to one another for pieces that you missed. And I think you did touch on this last time, Vinyls, but maybe just like, talk a little bit today about that decision and whether that's sort of a core belief that we're hitting on as in terms of what Veerman said. Because to me, this is very intentional and good. So.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's if you think of any collectibles, there are things that you own, and you can do what you want with the things that you own.
Yes.
I think over the years, a lot of Top Shot was and felt centralized, and I think that it's important for us to really go back to the roots of Web3 and work on decentralization, getting Fast Break on chain and having people being able to use the data and like being able to see everything and do everything, like that to us is like super, super important. And so when we made this decision, at first the decision was one of necessity because we didn't really want to we didn't have the time to add the temp locking like we have in our leaderboards into Fast Break. And so we had to, be okay with people being able to move moments around during the run. But as we thought about it more and more, as long as somebody isn't getting the benefit of the exact same moment on the exact same day, it's no different than going to a Magic tournament or a Pokemon tournament or a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and somebody just sharing their deck with somebody else. Sure, it saves them, money having to go out and get things, and maybe that doesn't help the economy or the market. But having those people come every day, eventually they're going to start getting their own stuff and collect their own way. And having them in the mix to us is more important than having them on the outside looking in because they don't feel like they can afford it. And so, this way people of all collection sizes and all budgets can play this game and have fun and enjoy Top Shot.
Yeah. So, and sort of one of those things that I want to iterate on, and I hope that we can sort of lead by example in terms of the potential, scalability of this game, of building on top of the game. So I'd be remiss without also, pushing out there today that we are having a free contest within our Discord. We're happy to report that even though we had just slightly over 24 hours to, put this all together, our Discord game actually was able to generate, at a peak of like over 200 submissions. And then as time sort of went on and we could keep it afloat, well over 100 throughout the entire tournament. So that was very encouraging to go and see that happen very quickly. We're going to have a bunch of submissions up today. And that just shows the sort of, and people were looking for this thing. We did not anticipate. We were estimated, we ran 2 tournaments before Fast Break went off the air for a bit. And each of them had around 30 to 50 people submissions. And then that quadrupled as soon as there was nothing more to do with your collection. So I think that in of itself shows, the scalability of this product. And also, too, I want to bring you guys a little bit behind the scenes. And anyone who's here watching on the stream, if you guys haven't already checked out our Discord, the Utah Jazz Club reached out to us because they're another group that just loves building on top of Top Shot and doing really cool things with it. And I think one of the things that when we talk, and I'm sorry to ramble, but when we talk about Top Shot and things that do with our collection, Fast Break is a very direct way of doing it. But these guys go above and beyond and sort of, okay, I got a $20 moment that I can't move. But guess what? I'm going to throw that into a contest, a Powerball contest, where the top 4 are going to win it. And all of us are just having so much fun with this. And people are super generous. The owner of the Utah Jazz Club, we put together a prize pool for him to win Legendary. So there's a free Powerball tournament in our Discord, 5 rares that are going out on behalf of them. You literally just have to go in that Discord channel and pick a number. And dear God, I think I forgot to open the channel when I made the announcement earlier. So I guess you guys are all getting to see this live right now and do it. Well, actually, you're not seeing it live yet. Let me put that up so you guys can see what we're talking about. But yeah, I guess just give us a little viewpoint on how you both, Veerman and Vinyls, feel about builders on top of Fast Break and what that means to you guys. You as Veerman as a collector, and you as a collector and builder, and Dapper Labs.
Me first or Vinyls first?
You can go first, Veerman.
Yeah, obviously it's a great thing. That's the whole kind of essence of why Web3 is amazing, is because it allows like a developer to build on a transparent blockchain, like a transparent platform. So that's incredible. Any tools to help people accomplish something, in this case, like pick something for Fast Break or sift through their collection or whatever. I think it's a great thing. So more tools, the better. And yeah, it's incredible. Like I'm excited. I've been building some Fast Break tools.
That's awesome.
But I've been building some. Yeah, it's fascinating to like be a part of like a brand new game. I know it's very new and it's very just getting started, but I think it's going to be here for a long time. So, might as well figure out how to build on top of it and make it really interesting.
Awesome. And yeah, I guess Vinyls, what have you seen, I guess, in terms of as you've been building this game and, communities like ours are sort of like, building on top of it. Steve's got some stuff in the shop. So like, how does that sort of help you out as a developer on this game?
So anything that's built on top of it is exactly what Jer and I have been talking about for months now. This is how we always envisioned Fast Break playing out, that it starts off sort of within Top Shot, but maybe the best uses of Fast Break actually happen outside of Top Shot with things that are built on top of it, working with different partners and all that good stuff. And one of my favorite things I've seen this week, which I thought that's what you were going to bring up when you talked about the Jazz, was WJF reached out to me and said that in one of the Jazz channels that he's in, they're doing a March Madness style bracket. So whoever wins in head-to-head matchups each day moves on. And that to me is like the most fun thing. Like, I would love to see every team put together these brackets of 32 or 64 or however many people to do head-to-heads and see who their champion is. And maybe we can work on getting some prizes out to people who put these brackets together. But like that's like the cool thing. Like when stuff like this gets built on top of it, like, and through the on-chain, we are able to send out what everybody's scores are. So if somebody builds something that can pull in a user's scores based on their username, then these sort of bracket contests all become automated. You don't even have to manually look up each person. Like, you'll get the scores automatically. They'll populate in the bracket in real time as the games are playing out. So that's what makes it so cool, that people can build on top of it and get the stats from the game. And I'm not talking about like the NBA stats. I'm talking about like whatever the fast break stats are that night will populate instantly for those users, and you'll be able to see real quickly who's going to win and who's not going to win, and that kind of thing's awesome.
Yeah, and I think one of the things too that I just want to sort of hit on the point is that I've always been tight with the Utah like Jazz community, but really I think they identified Boards to Buckets and themselves because we've been enjoying each other's sort of company, and so these are builders now collaborating with other builders, and our communities are now collaborating together. So this is someone who comes out to me, after we do this whole, like I've been in their some of their games. I'm not participating in this Survivor pool, at least not yet. It's pretty awesome though that they're putting it together. It's like $50 to get in. I'm thinking about it, so we'll see once I get everything tied down. But yeah, this is sort of two communities coming together, building their own sort of iterations on Top Shot. And so the more that this happens, this is what I feel like is going to start to be the true, sort of movement forward. And so
wait, did I hear $50 Survivor pool? Wait, how do I get in on this?
Oh yeah. Well, okay. So I always ask them because I'm not 100% sure how open it is, but I can definitely have you peek behind the curtain. I don't think anybody's gonna. So that doesn't mean that you could necessarily be there, but I can definitely pop in real fast.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. So here, I'll show you guys how this one works. So this is, since this is a fast break stream, and obviously we'll go into the bot in a second. That's a little bit more straightforward. But actually, no, I put the Utah Jazz Club up here with these are the Discords I tend to peruse in the most. So this is already full, so I can't even enter right now. And that's how quickly these games go. So the demand on this is super high. So check this out.
There's the bracket I was talking about.
Exactly. So yeah. I'm kicking myself for not having done it yesterday. So random placement, 16-player fast break, single elimination with loser bracket, head-to-head, winners bracket, 125 first and undisclosed amount of Jazz packs, 75 second, $50 third, losers bracket, $50 for first place. So even if you lose, the incentive to keep going is still there. So just these guys are awesome at building games. They do all sorts of cool stuff.
Oh man, I love this so much.
Yeah, and so then we're in there and we're like like people are crap talking and everybody's just super professional.
Win vinyls.
Yeah. Well, I guess I shouldn't let you peek too much, but let's we'll go about that far. But now you can see and this is happening in the background. So sometimes we're a little bit overt about it. But even maybe if we're not having this conversation today, if you're not willing to entertain us on this stream today, then maybe even this isn't even in your scope. But this is happening in the background.
Is exactly what I was hoping would happen. Like, I'd love to see somebody put together like a head-to-head thing, and like I'd love to watch Steve and Libruary go head-to-head one night, putting up some hollow MMXXs or something. Like, I don't know, like the sky's the limit. You can just have fun with it. Like, you can use your collection in different ways than ever before, and there's like an actual game that you can really like do it on, where Flash Challenges didn't really provide that sort of action, whereas Fast Break does.
Yeah. And I think, and still, I do think that there is a need, and we can definitely press on that later for, team, I guess, communities being able to build their own challenges. And so they've been doing an amazing job without those, native builders to be able to do that. So just I can imagine how that could happen. And also too, I think
sure.
there's a leaderboard happening right now with stars. I think as of yesterday, we saw like 5,000 moments burned or something crazy for just quick rip packs.
Yep.
So the need to do things with Top Shot collections, this is what's inspiring building and inspiring just the ecosystem recalibrating. So just to go and iterate one last thing with our Fast Break bot for anybody who's not in there today. This is where you submit your lineups if you want to do that and just talk with people. But really, it's just as easy as linking first your Top Shot account. So you'll go in here and you'll link your Top Shot account. Click on that. You're linked in. There's your username. There's your address. You go back. You join Fast Break. You just go and add your players. And as Vinyl said, when this is on chain later, it'll just update itself. When you change your Fast Break lineup, it'll update on here. But for now, feel free to use the lack of on-chain right now to have 2 different lineups, one for Fast Break and hedge your bets on the second one. So you can go with either of these, and you can see the entire slate right here, schedule and results. We'll dive into the lineup building in just a sec. And just wanted to go and share that out for anybody who wants to join.
Yeah, we'll get the on-chain going as soon as we can. Basically, what we ran into was the amount of transactions was so significant that other things broke as a result. And so we just need to optimize it to make sure that as we continue to get more and more people playing, because like every action that happens is on chain, like who's in the lineup, what the scores are. So like there are so many transactions that occur. So we're just trying to make sure we optimize that before it gets out of hand. But definitely we'll get there soon.
Sounds good. All right, so why don't we get into the Fast Break lineups? I see that Jay is desperate to go and see what we're going to be getting into for our Fast Break lineups. So night 1 is here, but sort of the way that this game design works, and day 1 is never what you start with, at least not for me. Not for my collection anyway. Every collection is different. Steve, how do you sort of build Fast Break when you start off? Are you just going day by day and are you able to use just legendaries all the time and just basically just that takes care of the whole job? Or is there a lot of thinking and planning that goes behind it like some of us?
Yeah, I could use legendaries more often than I do. I feel like I don't do that very often. I try to hold off because you don't know when, like you try to be strategic with it, obviously. So I try to use like, I don't know, the best player for any given day, but you don't want to like, a player like Steph Curry or Jokic, you don't want to use too early in the Fast Break game because you might need it later on. And like those are, there is obviously a contingent of players that are like very good at like Wemby for blocks. So you want to be like very strategic with like when and where you use a Wemby for block moment in the whole Fast Break game. So like basically I factor in like player over like rarity tier or whatever.
Yeah, totally. That's interesting, and I can understand why you would want to do that, because if you play the same legendaries all the time, it's going to be hard to go and place in that first place if it's the same lineup as everyone else. So unless anybody else has sort of any further thoughts on everything, we can get into building these lineups, and we can rock through this whole part of the segment. Cool. Okay. So if we want to get into the actual planner itself, this is from Dabari. I'm going to share the link here for anyone who needs it. And I see here, just plan out the whole run. That way there are no questions as to who to use when. And I will go and give a huge shout out to Iambro Keeper in here. And of course, Dabari as well for building the sheet. Iambro Keeper is our quintessential planner. I swear to you, as soon as the blog drops, as soon as the tweet happens, this man has already got his full lineup already done. He has made the best use of the Fast Break planner. So even during the last run, he called out those chalk days, so to speak, the hard days that he identified them and was like, on these days, save your runs or skip it completely. Even skipping is the way to go on those days because it'll yield more value later on down the road. I took that to heart, skipped those days, and it definitely worked out for me in the long run. So good to have you, Iambro Keeper, in here in the chat. But everybody in here, obviously, let's run through some of the slates. We have them all labeled here in terms of what we need. And of course, if you use this, you can link it up with your collection. So do your best, if you haven't linked it up already, to just sort of have a thought process behind, sort of what you want to run and what you want to play. So first, I would like to start off. I guess we'll start off with Steve. Why don't we run through day one? So we'll do this as an exercise to show why we plan this out, because you'll see that when I build my lineup from day one, how quickly this is going to switch. So I'm going to do this as an exercise, even though I would normally start somewhere else. But we'll start with day one. So who are you seeing on day one? And we'll use the actual Fast Break UI to dive into 5 players who will combine for at least 130 points tonight. So walk through with you first, and I'll pull up all the averages and everybody playing today. Who jumps off the list? This is obviously my collection and not yours. So feel free, if you have something that I don't, to include them as well.
Well, I think it's early, so we probably have you have the same options because we're not out of options to use, right? So we probably have the same players, but the thing that's still a little bit the uncertainty part is the player injury status. That's always such a wild card for me that I'm always hesitant to play even people that might be playing or might. It's too big of it's too big of a risk for me to play those players. So I generally almost avoid anything that looks maybe they might not play. Unless I know at the last minute they are added for sure, then I will modify my lineup. But yeah, looking at your moments that you had a second ago, I should say.
Sorry, I just wanted to bring this up for the injury news and just plug in that within our bot, we actually do have the capacity for you to be updated to the minute. And we've only had one inaccuracy in the previous run here. You can see it right here. Where we're basically, so based on our actual game itself, we use the color designations. Green is for they are playing. Yellow is for they're questionable. It's intuitive to what their designations could be. Red would be that they're out. So as soon as it happens, let's say the tweet drops from CBS, everything is being pulled from CBS. So as soon as it drops there, it's pulling from the bot in here. And so if you're keeping track in the Discord, usually one of us will catch what this is, and then we'll let the community know, and then people are up to date. When we're streaming at night, same deal too. Something happens, all of us are adjusting. The late swaps have made player injury news that much more important. And so, yeah, Steve, didn't want to cut you off completely on that one, but we just want to let you know that if anybody is running through that issue, we definitely have a solution. And if not, if you just want to follow Twitter, Underdog NBA is the one to go follow for the latest injury news.
Yeah, super cool. I like that a lot. That's a nice feature to have.
And so we have our list right.
The only thing that I would be interested in is how often, as a probability standpoint, how often do players, when it's a game time decision, how often do they actually make it in versus not? Is that how likely is that? Is that 70%? Is that 80%? Or is it 50?
I think it's one of those things that depends on the coach. When it was game time decision back in 2017 and it was Popovich, the player was always playing. If the player was totally fine, they're the ones you had to worry about with Popovich. I think every coach does different designations and does things in different ways. The Lakers, for example, is a great example. LeBron and AD are questioned every single game, and they play into the game. It's difficult, and you kind of have to go coach by coach. The Sixers, for example, Maxey, you will almost never see a questionable thing, or on any Sixer really. They're either out or they're not. So I think it just comes down to reporting, and you have to get used to the way the coaches report. And if it's questionable, most times the player is going to play with certain coaches. Luka's a great example. When he's questionable, he almost always plays. Anthony Edwards, same sort of thing. So it's coach by coach in my mind.
Awesome. And actually, we do have it here in the chat. Black Eddie 412, he's one of our co-hosts. He actually hosts all of our Lakers games. So of course he's very in tune with the Lakers discussion here, with AD, being a perpetual person with the game time decision, but typically plays. So yeah, it is very team and player dependent, I would say. But as questions sort of arise here in the chat, we can always, sort of answer here. So yes, Eddie, you just pick 5 players to score 130 total. The moment type does not matter. But here's the wrinkle on this, which makes it interesting. There is a late swap. So let's say, for instance, and I'll run through the example real quick. So let's say I decide to run for tonight, just as an example, I decide to run Giannis. He's averaging 30 a game. I usually go with the past 7 or 14 game samples. We can dive into that maybe later. Let's say I choose Tatum. I'm just going to choose the top 5 scorers I'm projected on the lineup. So let's say I go with these guys, and I go with Maxey too. Boom, got my 5 players. I'm going to assemble my lineup. Basically, that's going to lock it in for today. So I always recommend start in the morning, lock in those players, don't forget about it. And you always have time to swap it later on. Because what happens here? If Giannis scores 30, Tatum scores 30, Kyrie Irving scores 30, suddenly I'm left with 10 points between two players. Guess who's not going to be playing in my lineup anymore? And it's going to be the West Coast lineup. So just assume that everybody's, playing like later that I'm talking about. But yeah, I would then remove Steph Curry, Tyrese Maxey, and I'd put in two players that would probably score much less so I can save these guys on future runs if I only have 1 or 2 uses. So that's the sort of game. And I think that was one of the coolest developments with late swaps is it made watching the game materially advantageous to know as these things are happening when to move guys out for further uses, unless you want to buy up tiers. And so I think this is sort of the prong that sort of moves back and forth. And it's interesting how you can go. So that's what we got right there. In terms of actually building the lineup itself, if anybody has any sort of viewpoint on this one's pretty open. I think we can probably move on to day 2 and move on to maybe some of the tougher days. Points are sort of everywhere, right?
Yeah, points are points is like, at 130 it's like 125 is so much easier than 130, and it's sort of, if you go back and like look at the results from like the past runs, the amount of people that finished with between 125 and 129 on 130 point nights is pretty substantial. So it's a really interesting number to hit on a day-to-day basis, just looking at player stats and whatnot. But I mean, that lineup sure as hell looks like it's going to get you there.
Yeah. So I'm going to actually use this right now. And here's what the exercise that it's going to be. We don't even have to walk through everybody's lineup per day and stuff like that. We can give general thoughts about it. And then I think what we can do is we're going to see how much my day 1 lineup is impacted by sort of getting a viewpoint of the rest of the slate. I think that'll be where you start to see me remove a Giannis because I need him on this day. You're going to see me remove Tatum because I need him on this day. And you're going to see how my lineup is going to dramatically change just for visual purposes. And sorry, guys, we're doing this for the first time. So if we're switching up the format a little bit, I just think it's probably just, the easiest way to sort of go through here. Okay.
I was just going to, about the UI, I was just going to call out one more thing that's going to be fixed. Those people may remember that in the last run, the NBA scoreboard at the top, it would be 100% live, but once the game ended, it would go back to a pre-game state.
Yes.
We fixed that. It's now going to show the final scores. So just like one of those, like, kind of OCD quality of life things, because it always drove me nuts that it would reset. We fixed that, so it'll still show the final scores, so you'll know what games have ended, what the final scores were, see everything in one place.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's actually, it's interesting because I think as that becomes more dynamic, I may start using this, especially on stream. I hate the ESPN box score. Hate it. There's not really many good box scores out there. If you guys can build actually
It's really funny that you said that because I have messaged Jer at least 10 times. We need to make our own box scores.
Yes.
Have all the data. We can make our own box scores now. That is something that I want to do. I've been designing in my free time. It's going to be the most substantial live box score you can find anywhere. I'm bringing in elements from EuroLeague box scores that I absolutely love. So my genuine hope is that by the end of the season, when you click on one of those games at the top, it'll open up a box score that is a proprietary box score that we have created from scratch.
Man, that is awesome. Yeah, and I'm telling you this mostly
we want NBA fans to come here and just be able to enjoy themselves and see all the stats and not have to go to a million different places. Like, we want you to just hang out here and, to that end, try to get some chat in here, maybe just make it fun and social.
Yeah, and as a content creator, this is like just pure NBA content creation, right? I mean, people, it's a running joke on our stream every single night. It's going to happen because what ESPN loves to do is have that autoplay option on for all their media when you're had the box score open. So inevitably every single night, I have the box scores on of every game because we switch from game to game and channels. And so inevitably one of my tabs are going to go off randomly as we're watching the game and people just, start laughing on stream and stuff. So just to remove that stuff, and they have the best box score, and the bar is so low, I'm telling you, all across. So this makes me really excited just to be able to connect with the general basketball community who also seeks this demand. And yeah, so unless anybody has further viewpoints on that, we can go on to day 2.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna call this out. Sorry, I'm just gonna call out UI things as I see them because a lot of them are just like little things that people might not notice. The timer, if you remember, couldn't go past 24 hours. So people were like, "Oh, this timer's wrong," or if like it was over 24 hours, for 33, it would say 7 hour or 9 hours the last run. Now it shows the true hours. So just another small thing.
I know why you do this, and it's because when you brought up that whole thing with the medals and the rewards, people were like, why are you focusing so much on this? This is sort of insight into, yes, there's all these little things that you might not pick up, but yes, all these small UI features make a huge boon and difference, and I'm sure Steve can back that up as he's a developer and builder as well, and recognizes that. So if anybody else has anything else, we can feel free to go into that, and if not, we'll go on to day 2. Cool. All right. Well, here's day 2. So pick 5 players who will combine for at least 25 assists to earn your win. Now, here's the key about today, and I always start with the small slates. The small slates, and that's what I'll go into the fast break planner for. That for me is what'll guide the rest of your whole, depending on your collection, of course. But at least for me, 250k TSS. That is what I am looking at to sort of guide the rest of everything. And I may even skip a day just to save my players that I want to have on other days. Because just to go back on the rewards, it's 13 wins in order for you to be able to get the grand prize, 17 days. So for me chasing that gold, that's 4 days that I have to sort of give up. And so use that to your advantage. But you got to be careful as well. So that's behind the strategy. As we assemble our lineup, I would just want to give sort of some people some insight into what I do just as a pretty seasoned Yahoo fantasy basketball player and who religiously has looked at stats since, I don't know, I've been a kid collecting cards. So Yahoo fantasy basketball. And then I'll dive into sort of how I look at the stats and the splits to make my determinations. And you'll see when, for instance, there's nights where there's a hybrid of stats between rebounds and assists, how I also use that to my advantage using Yahoo as well. So sorry that I have to do 2-factor authentication, but here we go. Yes. And awesome. Okay. So obviously, if you've been keeping up with the NBA, Tyrese Halliburton's the obvious if he's playing on this night, which it looks like he is not. He is sort of one of the main guys. I see that we got Houston in the house, Fred VanVleet. He is someone who is not someone who is celebrated around the fast break community. We have a funny meme of him. And so one thing I would go and call out to you guys, I'm in the wrong league here. Let me go back and go to my 15-year, 13 category. 16-person keeper league. So in 15 years going, I'm going to go into players. I'm going to do all players here. And basically what I do is I run through the previous 7-day averages, guys. And the reason why I go through the 7-day averages is because we're in the second half of the NBA season. And so contextually, teams are going to tank. Star players are going to get rested. And, there's going to be a chase, certainly, for the West. And so you have to recognize the matchups, really, and especially when you're doing these late swaps. So for me, I want to look and get just the most accurate recent sample size. I'll then go into 14 games back. And that sort of gives me the most accurate depiction with the contextually changing NBA that happens just furiously during this time of the year. So I now rambled on for quite enough. If anybody has any follow-ups or anything else, if not, then a question I would ask is we have season averages here, Finals, obviously intentional. Any viewpoints for any of you guys on any of the subject here?
We have talked at length about, in fact, we were looking at player pages across all different fantasy sports sites as well as DFS sites. We really want to build out what that can look like and have 5-day and 10-day and all the different splits and everything in game. What you're doing right here, going to Yahoo, I do the same thing. I go to Fantrax. I literally built my own league in Fantrax that I'm not even playing in, just so I can get all the different splits and stats that they have available. And I'd love to bring that into the game. So, like, click on Trae Young, for example.
Mm-hmm.
In our vision, what would happen is below where it says legendary, we would list all the times Trae Young is playing during the run, so you can get an idea. So like he's playing on this day, here's what you need that day, so you can quickly see whether or not that day would immediately light up to you like, oh, I might need him. But also it would have a tab with stats that you could then see all the different splits and stats to help you make the decision for that particular day. Because I agree, season average doesn't tell the whole story, especially in the second half of the season, especially after trade deadline. So we're really, there's so many things we want to do and only so much time. So we're going to get there, but it does take a little bit of time. And this gives me a chance to tell you about another new UI thing, which is you can see there's now orange, red, yellow. Red means they're out for the season. They're not coming back.
Interesting.
Orange is out, typically out for a game, maybe out for a couple games. Yellow is the questionable/probable tag. And I do believe we added a suspension tag, but I don't think anybody falls under that tag right now.
Interesting. Yeah, a legend. So that's
On that
like,
note,
yeah. Sorry, go Freeman. Sorry.
like for the red, for the out for the season, like can you still add like Jaw to
Nope.
your lineup?
Nope. So click
It won't
Jaw.
let you? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's no
Okay.
option to add them.
Okay, cool, good. I was just checking because that would be frustrating if someone.
Yeah. So
added.
we found out that Sport Radar did have an out for season designation that we weren't aware of, and we were able to plug it in. And as soon as a player gets plugged into out for season, they're immediately you're unavailable to be played for the rest of the season. So they're
I feel
in
like we should
there
be given
reminding people that they still exist, but unplayable. I think probably in the future we'll probably just remove those players out of the pool entirely. But we tried and weird stuff happened, so this was the next best solution.
I like it. It's good.
That's awesome. Yeah, and we have a question here from PWI13 because I like where his mind went on this. Because yeah, I think for me, my first question, I didn't know about the injury designations, being like this. So maybe a legend, but unless it is somewhere that I'm not seeing, would probably help out with that respect with some people. But interestingly enough, we have PWI13 asking, will there be playoffs fast break? Because I guess that would shorten the potential pool that you would see here. So I guess from me, that would be a more technical question as to whether, because I guess theoretically you should be able to just remove John Morant from being selectable. So is that a tech issue why you need to change the colors on him and can't remove him entirely? Or is this a very intentional thing?
Yeah, so removing him entirely, there were some weird things with like removing players entirely, and then like it was just easier to do it this way. John Morant's still in the league, he's still there. You can't add him, but you can see how well he was doing. Keeps him in the mind's eye. This was sort of a compromise. As for will there be playoff fast break? Yeah. Goddamn right there will be. We're working through plans on that already. There are going to be like probably some small changes just because the nature of the playoffs is a lot more exact than the regular season NBA schedule. But yeah, we have some fun ideas around how it can work out, and very much looking forward to it, but definitely going to happen.
Super, super cool. So I think for me on that, I mean, that alone, if you're hearing this right now, yeah, maybe you want to go and get those playoff rares of the teams that you think you might want to get right now. If you just heard this right now, it's just, yeah, that would be my first impulse to make sure that I have a Jalen Brunson, rare in my collection to go make sure I can have 2 uses of him in the playoffs. Because let me make this a little bit more direct. The player pool is about to shorten significantly. And so what's going to end up happening is that the demand for these tiers are going to be that much more, especially as the rounds go on. And so if you're hearing this right now, just make sure you're locked and loaded with your rares. Of course, we're giving away as many as we can on the stream of fast break pieces. And so that's what we'll be sort of trying to help the community out with. But very cool. And hopefully, yeah, we'll see some of the kinks, be ready by playoffs. That's a very, very, very exciting playoff rumble. Knicks will lose in the first round, Dream. To be determined. To be determined. That's all I'm going to say. If they get the players back that they're supposed to get at the right time, very scary, but there's a long hill to climb back on that. So versus if the Heat are playing against them, then I agree with you. Of course, Dan loves. And we got Black Guy. We already got basketball talk happening here. Let's get back to the hoops and let's go and bring up some players with assists. So interestingly enough, we look at the past 7-day players and their average assists per game. This is what we have in here. So we have Jokic, believe it or not, averaging across the entire NBA, tied up with Doncic. I don't see Halliburton in the past 7 days. So Halliburton's actually fallen the fourth here on the list. So we actually have Trey Jones from the Washington Wizards in the past 7 days that averages 11 and close to a half assist per game. So if I'm looking at this right now, who's the first one on my list? This is my guy. So Trey Jones is going to be the first one that I add from the Washington Wizards if he's available, right? Because that is the part of Yahoo that makes this extremely difficult is I do have to now look at this line right here instead of it being a dynamic list that I can pull up and plug and play quickly. So this does require a second effort, and I'm lacking that, of course, to see that tonight Trey Jones is playing, but not tomorrow. So that's Tyus Jones, that he's playing tomorrow. I always get him and the San Antonio Spurs guy mixed up.
So I have a question.
Mhm.
As we're seeing here on the Yahoo list, you got Jokic on first, but on Fast Break here, we got Trey Young has a higher average, but Trey Young isn't on the Yahoo list.
Exactly,
So
because
what's the discrepancy there? Is it because he's not playing that he wouldn't be on the Yahoo list?
I'll let you answer that.
So Fast Break has the season average. What Dream's looking at is the last 7 days. I think you said you were looking at.
Yes.
So over the last 7 days, Jokic has the most assists per game in the league.
That makes
Trey
sense.
has not played any games in the last 7 days, so he's not going to show up here at all.
Mhm.
Okay. No, that makes sense now.
Mhm.
And Trey's still going to be out for another 2.5 weeks, I think.
Mhm.
Could
So,
you
yeah,
see an option in the future where Fast Break could kind of have that kind of filter where you can filter by a certain time set or, some other kind of metric?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that we hope to be able to do in the future, like a toggle, like season average versus like, some sort of time frame, whether it's 7 days or 10 days or 7 games or 10 games, whatever it may be. But yeah, we definitely want to be able to give people exactly what they need to make their decisions and not have to go to, a bunch of different places like this. I love that Dream's doing this, but I'd rather us be able to provide
Yes.
that within the game.
Me too, because I'm going to show you, so let me impress the folks with a little bit of just how I go and do this as I'm looking through the list. Okay. And I do this, when I do my quick 5-minute lineups, this is usually how I run through it. And I'm not going to take 5 minutes on this. This will take me about 30 seconds. So Houston versus Phoenix. I'm looking at Fred VanVleet. Do I see VanVleet on the list? Where do I see him in the past few days? Fred VanVleet. Is he going to pop up? VanVleet. Let's see. He's probably in here somewhere. No, he is not. Fred VanVleet is not in here from the past 7 days. Maybe he's just returning back from injury. Let's look back one more time. Is VanVleet in here? Let's see. I can also sort by point guard, so maybe that'll make him a little bit more accurate if he's in here. Right now, I'm going to just hold off on VanVleet. We got Phoenix in here. Phoenix and you guys with the assists. Trey's out for the whole run. Oh, no. I didn't mean Trey. I'm sorry. I'm super sorry. Fred VanVleet is who I was saying. Unless that was pertaining to something else. All right, the Phoenix Suns. So assist-wise on that team, not really looking at anybody to really just hit the top levels here. Jokic, obviously a good game piece. LA Lakers, nobody jumping off the top of my list besides maybe LeBron, but I probably want to save that later on down the run. Portland is an interesting team. So if I could filter by teams, I would filter by teams and find the highest assist guy. Because there's somebody I'm missing in my head who could definitely pop in. I would say Scoot Henderson, but I believe he's injured if I'm not mistaken. Memphis, nobody popping out on that team. So this day is a very difficult day. Utah Jazz, difficult to see as well. Somebody on that team. Simons is a possibility. Miami. So now Scary Terry is someone who I'm a bit interested in, but he just came back as of, I believe, 2 games he's only been back. So super small sample size. Do we have a Rozier on the list? We don't have Rozier on the list. Scary Terry is not on this list, but we can go and take a look at him in a second. I will keep an eye out on him. Atlanta, Trey Young, not playing, obviously. So that's going to be something to go and monitor. And the Brooklyn Nets. This is a tough day. I got to hear from everybody else in the chat. Who are we playing on this day? Because I'm pretty stumped on this one. VanVleet seems pretty obvious.
You got to play DeJounte Murray with Trey Young out, right?
Yes, that's a big one. DeJounte Murray, Trey Young, big one.
I mean, if Ben Simmons is healthy, like he can get you 5 assists in 10 minutes. Like he could also do jack shit, but I mean, you got to dig deep on some of these sometimes. But setting it at 25 assists only, you only need an average of 5 per play.
5-ish.
So you can kind of dive deep into a guy like Ben Simmons. Do I want Ben Simmons back? I want Ben Simmons from like 4 years ago back. I love that dude. Ben Simmons the last 3 years, not so much.
Yes, and I actually want to bring this up too. So Jam F Tills, great point. I'm right now. I'm in the Pack Rally Mafia League. I'm fighting if Tyler Durden Heat is in here. I'm trying to get into that playoff spot, so I'm fighting real hard. Don't know if it was that league or NFTBA, another project from Swicky. I'm in both of those leagues. And Dennis Schroeder was my hot play last night with Cam Thomas being out, and it looks like he might be out for another game or two, maybe ankle injury. Dennis Schroeder, great suggestion there, Jam F Tills.
Schroeder went off last night. He was great.
Yes. If Schroeder is in the starting lineup, if Cam Thomas is out, feel confidence in playing Dennis Schroeder. Great suggestion, Jam F Tills. And if anybody else has got any more, feel free to go and bring those over. Let's keep moving through here. Sengun is obviously a good one. Rozier. I'm missing the playoffs. Sorry, you got that last spot. We'll see about that. Tyler Durden Heat's always talking the Heat, but Tyler Durden Heat, why don't you tell people who came first in the Pack Rally Mafia Fantasy League, Football League? Time to bring it up. All right. Let's see. Devin Booker is another great one as well. So Devin Booker would be one to play, but I'm probably going to keep him down the road. Malcolm Brogdon stepping in for an injured Scoot Henderson. It seems like I don't think he's playing though right now. Malcolm Brogdon. Forgive me because the last Portland Trailblazers game I saw was a couple days ago against the Miami Heat. Didn't see him in that game, so don't know 100% what is auto pick champion. I had to do a lot of maintenance on that team, my friend. That I had all my guys out that this year, so don't want to hear it.
So right here, based on what's been going on lately, I would tell you to go grab a Keontae George rookie debut. Dude's been on fire.
He's been so good. He's been so.
Chris Dunn is interesting as well, if he gets playing time. But Keontae George has been playing like 30 some minutes per game.
Yeah. And I think one of the things too is it depending on the slate of the night too. That's sort of how I like to hedge my bets. Is, for instance, Houston plays at 8:00, right? So it's going to be the last game of the night. There's going to be a whole day of games that are happening: 2:00, 4:00, 7 to 7:30. I may not need to play VanVleet as I suggested later, but he's sort of the anchor in this lineup that I'm depending on. So depending on how Murray does, how Rozier does, how Schroeder does, I'll sort of have my answer whether I need to play him or not, or whether I could go. Actually, I'm thinking Phoenix Suns and Grayson. Has Grayson Allen been assisting the ball lately? I feel like Grayson Allen's been pretty good from assists lately. So he's somebody I would definitely look at if he's doing his thing still. But I don't know.
If you go to the all players thing, does it give you a team option?
Unfortunately, it doesn't. So this is normally what. Team.
Yeah,
I guess it does actually. Okay, beautiful.
Okay, I sort of remember it being able to do that. Yeah, there you go.
I usually do this by myself, and I don't do it live. So yeah, it's a little bit of a nerve / just not having done this in 2 weeks either. I haven't done this in a couple weeks. So let's see. And we got Phoenix, and I got a filter.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go. Grayson Allen over the past 7 days. Has 6 assists, not a whole lot. There was a minute where they were calling him the next Steve Nash for a bit. That was funny. Let's see.
That's a knock on Steve Nash if I've ever heard one.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like Grayson Allen isn't probably the way to go there. So it looks like this is like just auto sorting its own thing. But yeah, for right now, I'm going to add Devin Booker just to sort of slide someone on and keep moving through. Let's see. We got Trust the Process 76. He has Murray, Russell, LeBron, and Simmons right now. So Simmons obviously needing to keep an eye on his game status. All early guys and change out the Jokic. That's a really solid process. Or trust the process. That's a great process. I like that. And it looks like we got another 76ers fan in the house. Jay Winter, trust the process. You're bringing the 76er seed vinyls. So cool to see. Sorry, I'm going to bring up day 3. So before we sort of get into
start day 3, I just want to quickly comment. I got to bounce like pretty soon.
Okay.
So this has been like a pleasure, and you know what? This is incredible to see what you're building, and the vinyls. Keep up the great work. And yeah, this is just really fun. So I'm excited to see how this continues to like change what you're doing, and yeah, like this is awesome. So if you like need me to jump on a stream like in the future, I would love to. But it's always a pleasure, and thanks again for having me. Really, really appreciate it.
Oh no,
Great
awesome.
talking to you, Steve.
Awesome, Steve. Thank you very much, for being in here. Obviously, want to bring you back, get more centered in on, all the best, from, in my opinion, the best, takes out there. And, you're sort of a mentor always to me. I know you hate hearing it, but for those out there who don't know already, this is one of the best people in this space. And in the end, friendship is really, and it sounds cheesy, but it is the thing that sort of keeps me here, at least today. So bringing my friends into this place, meeting friends along the way, this is what it's about. This is why I continue to be motivated to build. Is because of sort of keeping the basketball fandom plus friendships all together. So appreciate you being in here and helping support us as always, Steve. It's the first show. Sorry, it was a little bit rocky. First time back in a while and this morning, but we're
First shows are like that. First shows are like that. But yeah, again, much appreciated. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and yeah, I will catch you guys later.
Catch you later, Steve. Good to have you in here again.
Right, see you.
All right, cool. And so, yeah, now we are now in day 3, 50 rebounds. So let me try to go back into, so I'll go back into Yahoo. And what I'm going to do is just type out my players. So if you guys use this spreadsheet, so I'm going to bring it in here one more time from Dabari. And so basically, as we drop this inside here, you can go into this sheet, you can link it up with OTM Hoops, and you can have your actual collection tied into this. So basically, if you try to use a player on this day, it'll tell you that you're out of uses on this day if you don't have that tier to go and play that player. I'm not going to be able to use that functionality on you because I don't have OTM Premium, but I'm just going to go and I sort of know my collection as is, and I'll kind of work through that. And so in Vinyls, tell me if you got to run at all whatsoever.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say I lost track of time. I got to jump off. I have a meeting in 15 minutes I need to prepare for, but pleasure. Thanks for having me on. Hope to jump on more often and watch some games and talk fast break. We just eclipsed 2,000 people already for today's fast break, and there's still almost 7 hours before the first game starts. So let's go for a new record today. Always a pleasure, and talk soon.
Appreciate it, Vinyls. Thank you for being here and for everybody hanging out with us. Appreciate you for being here, the whole chat hanging out with us. If you want to continue to build lineups, I am going to continue planning my lineups. I cannot take a little breather because it's a little bit tough juggling the show and conversation, plus also diving into the actual lineup building itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just actually come up with my full hardcore schedule and the 6-man. Are you down to go and do this? I see you just popped off of on your camera.
I'm still here.
You're still here? All right, let's go and let's run through the sheet. If it's the most boring stream in the world for everyone else, it's all good. I'm going to go through and I'm just going to go and start to plug in my players so that I actually have a sort of guidepost for how I want to navigate this slate. So I'm going to start first with what I already entered in this thing. And so I'm going to start first with my first slate. And so I'm going to type in Kyrie Irving. It should auto-populate for me. Why is it not? Give me a second. And if not, I can just go and type it in.
Yeah, so I was able to go with the same lineup you guys set. So we'll see if we all hit today.
Sounds good. Let me go and try to type in my name. I can't seem to type this in for some reason. Oh, you know what? I think I have to download this. That's what I remember last time. That's what it required. You weren't able to go and do that before. So I'm going to download this form. Come on. That, or it doesn't want to respond to downloading. There we go. Or actually, you know what? Even better, because if I put it on Excel, it might not all copy correctly. We're going to go and make a copy of this, and I'm going to just add it to my own drive itself. So it's going to populate on a list right now. Appreciate everyone for hanging around as we're getting this going. You can sort of follow me if you want to, and we'll keep diving in. So here we go. Slot 1. There we go. Now we can add Kyrie Irving. Let's go add Maxi, and I'm going to now take this, add it here, add this here, and now I'll just go ahead and just plug in my lineup. So Maxi, and then Giannis, and then Tatum, and then Curry. So here we go, Steph Curry. There we go, Steph Curry. All right, so now we're going to go into day 2. Day 2 is going to be, according to what I have, Rozier, Scary Terry, Van Vliet, Booker, Murray, Schroeder, Booker, Murray, and Schroeder is really the main play that I would want to have. Just and very important. If you guys got anything out of day 1 and day 2, play him. I don't know if I'm going to go DeJounte yet. He might be too important given Trey's injury. So I'm probably going to go with Schroeder on this day to sort of carry the way for me. So there we go. Dennis. There he is. All right. Awesome. All right. Now we're going to go into day 3. So I'm not going to use fast break anymore to sort of guide me. Now I'm really on my own to sort of plan and do this. So if we continue on to day 3, on day 3, we got 50 rebounds. So I'm going to go in the last 7 days again. I always start with 7 days, and I'm going to filter this out, and I'm going to average by total rebound. So we don't have total rebounds in our league. I could probably do it in another one, but I can do basic math. So in the past 7 days, Nurkic is beasting on the board. So I don't think he's going to be playing on this day, and I think we could actually go in terms of the actual so actually, we are going to have to use fast breaks. It's probably the easiest way for us to navigate through the days. Because I think PWI 13 was saying that we could go based on tomorrow's schedule, but I can't. Let me see. IL keepers, all taken players. Yeah, I don't think we can do this and filter it to tomorrow unless somebody else can mention how we can do that. So I'm just going to guesstimate when I look through the list and sort of run through the lineups myself. So here's what I'm going to do. Philly and Dallas. Philly and Dallas. If I go to Philly and Dallas, is there anybody who I think from Philly and Dallas through this list? Philly, Dallas. Philly with Paul Reed might be one. So let's go to Philly. Paul Reed. He's been starting with an injured Joel Embiid. So that would be about, let's see, about 7-ish rebounds per game. 7-ish rebounds per game, I believe, for fast break for 50 rebounds. You really got to get closer to the 10 average for that. So I think that's what I'm seeing with Paul Reed. Let me go to the past 14 days, see how risky this is. So past 14 days, we have Paul Reed with 4.8, 2.3, a little bit closer, but we'll see. Offensive rebounds may be what I want to save him for if there is an offensive rebounds day. So I'll keep my eyes out. Dallas, of course, you have Gafford and Lively sort of exchanging the spot there. That's going to be a bit difficult. I love Zubac for rebounds, so I'm probably going to go Zubac here, and that's where I want to go for the LA Clippers. LA Clippers, Zubac, going to go and add him. He looks nice and healthy here with averaging just about 10 per game. So we're going to add Zubac into our lineup. If anybody else is doing these lineups with us, Zubac, there we go. Next one we're going to have up on the list. We are going to have up, let's see, we'll go through the Minnesota Timberwolves. And of course, we got Gobert. I'm going to save him for a block day. We could also go Naz Reid. I probably wouldn't go with. We need closer to 10. Zubac injured, though. Zubac is injured. So it looks like he's a game time decision, but this is in 3 days. So this is a 3-day lineup. So unless it looks like he's has an illness. So this is, if I'm not mistaken, day 3. So hopefully he's good by then. So I'll keep an eye on his injury status, but I don't think he's like injured, unless I'm hearing something else. So yeah, in 2 days, he'll be hopefully okay. He may even be good enough to run today. So I would probably still go Zubac for me. And then if I'm going to go through a bit more, let's see, Golden State Warriors, not too many I trust there. Boston, no. Detroit, you can go Duren. I may want to save him for a day, but that's going to keep happening as we go through this. Charlotte. So Charlotte is an interesting team. Why don't we go to the Charlotte Hornets? I have not been keeping up with the Charlotte Hornets, so I can only imagine what their center situation is looking like, because last time it was all about Nick Richards, and I think he's just sort of hit and miss. Looks like he's sitting at about 9.6 rebounds per game in the past 14 days. That's pretty healthy. Healthy. I kind of like Nick Richards on this day, so I think I'm going to go Nick Richards. We got a 6.5 and 3 is what we got over here, so I think I'm going to go Nick Richards. So Nick Richards, we'll do Nick Richards. So Nick Richards, boom, there we go. Going to add Nick Richards. All right, let's keep going. We also got Orlando. Going to hold off on that center position being shared. I think we walked through that one. Toronto, I believe Jakob Pertl is someone that is probably a good candidate. So let's go to Toronto. Let's run through here, and then we'll go through Jakob Pertl. He's averaging about 9.3 per game in the past 14 days. I think his 14-day average, 7 days, his 14-game average is even better. So let's see, Jakob Pertl, 9.8. I feel good enough about putting in Jakob Pertl. So Jakob Pertl, I'm going to put in. So far feeling pretty good about staying on pace. I may want somebody, though, to go and like knock this out of the park. Looks like we have the New York Knicks. If I'm not mistaken, Hartenstein is pretty close to coming back. So let's go to New York, but I love
think
this
he's
guy.
back. I think he's back already.
He might be back already. Yeah. That last time I checked, he was close, if not back already. So let's see. Last 14 days, we're not going to get Hartenstein on here, but we are going to go through the last 7 days of his average and see if we can find anything. Looks like he's sitting at 7. Super small sample size, though. That beanie looks nice. Appreciate it. Yes. And if you guys want to go purchase it, b2bmerch.com. If you want to go and drop the logo right there, it's all good. All right. So let's get in on this and let's take a look at the past 7 days and look through. Let's see, Hartenstein. I'm gonna go add on just ahead of time and see 2, 7, 8, and 6 since he got back. Okay. Yeah, I guess we got a couple days to get a game in. I believe there's at least 1 or 2 games in between now and in between day 3. So let me see what we got. Got no Knicks on this day. I think we got Knicks today, though. Oh, no, we don't.
No.
Unless I'm missing it. Yeah, looks like our first Knicks potential lineup is going to be on this, unless I just breeze through it.
Day 2 is no Knicks there. Yeah, day 3 would be the first Knicks game.
First day, yeah. So just keep your eyes on Hartenstein. He's going to be getting healthy. So this is risk. This is risk. For sure it's risk. But 50 rebounds in general, it's going to be hard to hit. So if you want to skip on this day and save these guys for other specialty days, you could do that as well. So you can see it's pretty thin. Hart and Precious are pretty solid for Knicks rebounds too. 100% agreed. And that's what makes this really risky is that since he's been gone, they've really stepped up in the process. So is he going to be able to average what he did before then when he was sort of eating up the usage on the boards? But we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a great point out there. Trust the process.
And
maybe Jalen Duren.
on,
Definitely thinking Jalen Duren. I might need to add him. Sorry. Mm-hmm.
On day 5 too, I guess, that kind of maybe correlates with day 3, but day 5 is 5 players combined for at least 20 free throws made and 25 free throws attempted. So I don't know how that will factor into your day 3, but it's maybe something to consider.
I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time. I got a quick message.
Day 5, 5 players who combined for at least 20 free throws made and 25 attempted. So I don't know how that impacts your day 3, but it might be something to consider down the road because you do also have like Knicks playing that day as well. There's
definitely going to be other prongs to think about. I don't know that. And yes, this is going to make some kind of a difference for playing Hartenstein. Probably not, but you are hitting on the point that there are days, specialty days, where you're going to want to use certain players. And when that happens, I'll make a decision on who I want to run on this day because then I'll just run all risk. Because the question that we're having in the chat is, do we go with Jalen Duren on this day? Yes, I would definitely I would go with Jalen Duren, but if it seems way too far out of reach, then I'm probably not going to run him. I have a Jalen Duren. I have his rookie moment. So it's good that he has a rookie out there for others to use. That's a really big game piece for others to get. So if you don't have a Jalen Duren, go and grab one up right now. If you're watching this stream, this is not, I guess financial advice, but it's a piece that you should have for Fast Break if you're trying to win anything. So definitely go with Jalen Duren if you got him and you feel comfortable using him. Bam Adebayo, no one's going to rebound 10 on the team. Atlanta's going to be a team certainly that I'm going to target. So being that Onyeka Okongwu is still going to be out during this time, I am for sure going with Clint Capella. Even though, like, surprisingly, he is not really. He's obviously the best rebound. Or actually, let's take a look at this real quick. Who is the best? Hold up a second. Capella is actually only averaging 4.8 per game. Jalen Johnson is who I was going to say is actually beasting on the boards for the Hawks. This is in 7 days. Let's look at 14 days. Can't overreact to a small 3-4 game average. Here we got still Jalen Johnson. Shit. I mean, Capella's the guy you usually want to go with. If we got any Atlanta fans in the house, you can maybe weigh in on that decision. But Atlanta definitely feasts on the boards. keep an eye on them. I'll keep going. Knicks, Houston, Indiana. Nothing too much there. Dallas, too much of a slow. Oh, I'm sorry. We're on the wrong day. Indiana, Cleveland, and I was on the wrong day, guys. Sorry about that. Cleveland, we got Jared Allen on the boards. I'm going to roll with Jared Allen because I have his rare, so I can play his rare. So this is up to you guys to run him if you only got one single use, but I have 2 uses of Jared Allen. Just got him in a for the win pack. Pretty accessible too, by the way. I can't talk about everybody's budget, but that is certainly one of them. Okay. And that is, I think, a good enough lineup. San Antonio Spurs, OKC, Phoenix. Nurk is the guy that I probably want to find room for in here. Hartenstein, I'm going to keep an eye on him, but I'm going to go with Nurk, and I can sort of move around that. So sorry. And now we are on day 4. So I think this should probably get us through day 3. And as you guys can see, nothing is affected first with my 2 night lineups, but we're going to see how that's going to slowly start to change as we get in through here. And so day 4, we got 3s and we got 15 3s that we got to get that night. So 15 3-pointers across your entire lineup. So we're going to go back into fast break and we're going to go to day 4. And we got another semi-small slate. So 15 3-pointers made. We'll run through just off the top of my head. Memphis, we got no one that I think is jumping off the top of my head for 3s. Not a new, I guess you can go with one of the new moments, but I don't have any of them. Brooklyn Nets, Cam Thomas still injured. Is there anybody from 3 that I really trust on the squad? Maybe Mikal Bridges. I'll keep an eye back on them later. Portland 3-pointers. Probably Simons is going to be a pretty good one for Portland. So let's go to the Portland Trailblazers. So let's go to Portland. Simons says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big fan of yours. I love Simons too. Let's see how he's doing for 3-pointers made. So we got 3s, I believe, made. 3s, and we need 15. So we need 3 each. Simons, if for 3-pointers made, is averaging over the past 14 days 2.3. So not quite there at that 3 mark. Do I have confidence that he can get there? Let's go and look at his past 7-day averages to bring this a little closer. Simons is at 8.5 attempts per game and 2.3 makes. So what that tells me is that the volume is really heavy on Simons. So I'm probably going to be going Simons. Probably going to be going Simons on this. Just feeling good about it. Feeling good about having Simons, especially on the small slate. Minnesota, Anthony Edwards jumps off, obviously, but I may have to save him, and I will bring him save him for later. Appreciate you, Blazer fan. This was made by Dabari, and if anybody needs to go use it, I put up the link in the chat, and you can definitely go back and use it as well. So this is how I'm planning for fast break. Let's see. Now we're going to also go look through. Let's see. Let's go back. LA Clippers. We got basically for 3-pointers made on the team. You have obviously the big 3. You have Harden, you got Paul George, and you got Kawhi Leonard. So all those guys are going to yield you dividends, especially Paul George. He takes a super high volume of them. Don't know what the makes are, but I have 2 uses for Paul George. So I think I'm going to probably go with PG. Let's take a look at the Clippers, though, and see how healthy they've been from 3 in the past 14 days. When it's 3-pointers made, guys, if you guys see the Clippers, think of that as 3 different days that you can use a player on from that team because they take a very healthy volume of 3s. So just keep that in mind. Obviously, we're looking at makes. So we got Norman Powell, actually, for the past 7 days, taking 9 attempts per game. Harden with 7, Paul George with 7 as well, making 4 out of 7. Kawhi Leonard making 1 out of 5. So I'm feeling pretty good still about Paul George. Let's take a look at the past 14 days. And we got Paul George with 3 and 6. So he's pretty close to the average, and I feel confident about putting him in. So we're going to put Paul George inside. So there we go, Paul George. Boom. And I have 2 uses, so your decision, guys, may be different, but it's a small slate. I'm going to be leaning on some Clippers here, especially against the Bucks, who are going to have a tough time defending this team. Milwaukee, obviously, Dame Lillard, massive. you know, if you want to go with him. I may save him for an assist day, depending on what I got. I'm making my list.
Maybe sub Chris Middleton instead.
Actually, what I like is DJ Pasquan's suggestion here. Beasley. Beasley is a great ad. So let's go to actually Milwaukee. And let's get a good viewpoint in this. Past 14 days, we got Lillard, of course, leading the way in attempts, and Beasley's right there with him. Both of these guys nice and healthy. DJ Pasquan, appreciate you, brother. We're going to go with Beasley here. If you guys are starving on uses like I am, go with Malik Beasley. Go with that. All right? Don't be surprised if Simons goes 1 for 10 on threes. He always lets me down when needed. We're gonna see TK. We're gonna be watching the game, you know, and we'll see what happens. I got a feeling, especially if Blazer fan makes it in and he hypes up the stream, then all good. That's where we're gonna be. But also, you can go watch it on the Blazers channel. Maybe that's where you gotta be when you're watching, you know, your players pop off for the Blazers. So definitely go check out our friends at Rip Pack City. What's up?
Like I just wrote in the chat, the day you don't use him is the day he's gonna go off. Trust me, guys, I have personal experience in fantasy with this, with Terrence Ross. I'm sure the story's been brought up, but yes, I dropped him because I needed another spot, and the day after I dropped him, he dropped 50. So you never know.
Oh man, yeah, that's a freaking hilarious story. Give me like 5 seconds, guys, to respond to one thing.
Oh, and then also Terrence Ross knows the story, so he made
Oh,
fun of
that's
me
a good
on
one
the
too.
internet.
Share that
so
one.
That's even better. The guy that dropped 50, you know, when I just needed a rental, also knows about it, and you know, told me I basically fucked up. So it doesn't get worse than that, guys.
Yeah, no, exactly. I bought a Beasley rare for what? Yo, guys.
That's a
Yo, obviously we got some people who definitely know their stuff in here. Trust the process. That is such a smooth move. $9, 2 uses. Yeah, you're gonna. That's awesome. that's a move, guys. $9 for a Beasley rare. That's what's up, guys. Offer got accepted in a few hours. Yo, that's a smooth move, guys. I like that a lot, especially given the fact that Beasley is such a pivotal part of the Milwaukee Bucks. You brought up Chris Middleton before. His sort of depreciation over this past year, which is unfortunate given the contract extension he just got, has made room for Beasley to step up out of necessity. So yes, guys, the volume is healthy. He's hitting at a high clip. Bucks are playing better, from my understanding. So that's a good one. That's a great move. Let's see. You didn't want to know how many of those $2 packs I bought. Man,
hey, that's low key not a bad move.
Not at all. Not at all.
I hit yesterday. I bought some Miami Heat ones. I got 2 Duncan Robinson explosions. One of them was a double digit. And then I hit on a Bulls pack. I got the squad goals. So $2 for 2 moments, and you could catch a rare or something worth more than $1. You already, you know, you're in the green.
Yeah, no, that and there's a lot of people who had very sharp angles in terms of getting in and, you know, just honing on the LeBron on the Lakers packs to get LeBron explosions.
Well, I was online on Top Shot when it went live, and the site was so slow. Like it was so hard to, like, I tried to get a few Lakers packs, and you could only get one at a time. You try to order more than 2, and it would like give you an error. Like people were going in on them.
Yep.
Then the next day they were all sold out.
And of course, M the 6 man in typical like Top Shot. If Jay were still in here, then he could definitely say the randomizer is fucked, because M the 6 man is always you know, pulling the heat. So one Bulls
always.
pack,
I just don't share
one Bulls pack and 1 squad goals, 1 redemption, 1 LeBron redemption.
But the ones you don't see are the ones where I'm pulling all garbage, where it's you know, a bunch of Kyle Andersons or something. You know, it's just worthless, you know, moments I couldn't even sell for $1. So I've had my share of bad pulls too.
And I love what Trust the Process 76 in here is saying. It feels like the good old days. And that's really what all of this is starting to bring this back into. And so I understand the market. We need to burn. Yes, we've been hearing it for 3 years, but for once, it's okay to like sit back, buy a $2 pack and just, hey, if it works out great. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Play the game if you want with your collection, or sell the whole damn thing. But in the end, I'm just going to have some fun building lineups, talking hoops. And if we're doing that, then we're sort of on the right path. Got a long way to go. Long journey. But we're on the right path. So that's what
I think those packs are some of the best value we've seen in a while. $2 for 2 moments, and you could get a rare. You could get, you know, something more than what a $1 moment is worth. Where other packs, you're spending 12, 15, 20 bucks and you could basically get nothing to, as at value. So get it while you can.
Yeah, no, of course. And so yeah, that's like a crazy, buy action that you could have gone into. Of course, me going and spending all my money on a holo. I wish I would have used or on a holo pack. Wish I would use it on all.
I mean, you got a holo, bro. I've never gotten a holo, a legendary, none of that stuff. So I mean, I guess it depends on what end of the spectrum you want to play on.
Yeah. So yeah, and so let's keep going through the slot over here. Just because I want to make sure, because I really am committed to building out this lineup. And for those of you guys who are hanging out with us and tuning in and collaborating, we'll of course be tweaking this as we go down through the whole slate. My idea for the morning show is on Tuesdays for Top Shot Tuesdays. We get together, packs, fast break lineups. What are we changing? What are we doing? End of the week, Fridays like today, going into the weekend slate. What are we doing differently over the weekend? Just twice out of the week to sort of reorient our lineup. So for sure, more than happy to collaborate and talk in terms of not just us, what we think about lineups, but if you guys have seen me use 2 of my heat uses as rares, feel free to go and shoot me a DM. Hey, I need to borrow a BAM rare dream. Can I borrow one? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Can I borrow this from you? And that to me is how we start to really start connecting the community together when we're just actively having fun with one another and just sharing the love. And yeah, that's a fun part of the process, so to speak. I've only got one legendary for Thanksgiving packs, and I was beyond stoked and grateful. Right on, Blazer fan. You deserve all the love in the world. Great interview with him, collecting and connecting. Feel free to drop that if you want. Yeah, just infectious. I saw a clip last night as I was heading to bed, I think, that they shared with you, and you starting off first, Rip Pack City, the Discord, all that good stuff. Just amazing. So make sure you guys are tracking our buddy Blazer fan in the house. Trust the process with the 76ers, I believe, team captain. So appreciate you guys for being in here and hanging out with us. All right, so let's get into. I believe I'm done with this slate of, or I'm no. I'm 3 out of 5 done. All right, so let's go back. Let me get back into day 4 and Milwaukee Beasley is where we're at there. All right, so we got Washington next. Corey Kispert has actually been pretty interesting for the Washington Wizards. I believe he has back-to-back 20-point games. And, just if you can give me 1 second, guys. And, we'll keep continuing to go and push through this. And let's see. Let me go back into... let me see. Sorry, guys, got a few things that popped up for me. Okay, no, nothing over here. All right. Who was I just talking about? Washington, Corey Kispert. All right, so if we look at the past 7 days here, let's go to the past 7 days. All right, there we go. Past 7 days. And then let's go to the average. Let's see. Jordan Poole. All right, guys, if you guys are going to allow me, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. We've been on now for about 2 hours. So I know we've only got through a third of the stream right now. We're going to continue, I think, to push through this, but I got to sort of handle a quick little something. So quick 5-minute break. I need to make a quick phone call. Sorry, y'all. I had the whole day sort of planned to go and do this with you guys, but just give me just a couple minutes right now. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about the messy hair. Decided to go and take off the hoodie. We're gonna keep grinding through this because, I want to make sure that I get my fast break lineups in here. I'm very committed to making sure that I have sort of a game plan here that I can coach you guys and work you guys through. If you guys have any questions, and if not, then we'll keep grinding through. The beginning is always going to be the toughest part, and I just haven't had the bandwidth to go and do anything about this lately. So yeah, that's been like the main reason why it's been very difficult to get this all going. But we're glad to go and continue the first time of the stream without any big hiccups. Washington Wizards. So Washington Wizards with 15 3-pointers. We got Corey Kispert. So Corey Kispert is somebody that I'm probably looking at. So he's got 3 made attempts, and then that's 7 attempts per game, and then 3 3-pointers made per game. So that's going to be 3 out of 7. That's probably the mark that you want to hit. But of course, we're not going to just look at the 7-day average. We're going to be looking at the 14-day average right here. So I'm looking through the 14-day average for Corey Kispert, and I'm still sitting about 3 out of 7. So pretty consistent, and he's playing a ton of minutes. So I like playing Corey Kispert. So that's actually who I'm going to go and insert into my lineup. So Kispert, but I'm going to keep my eyes on him and his play if he has any days between now and between the 4th day here. And so next, I'm going to go through the Utah Jazz. Is there anybody there that I'm thinking about? Keontae George is definitely a player that was mentioned earlier by Vinyls. I think the actual utility of him for Utah games was very evident from him. And so that would be a good place to go look at. Kobe White. So I actually have a legendary here. And Kobe White, I barely even have to go and look at the stats, but he's been absolutely incredible for Chicago, made himself a case to get himself a hollow. And on top of that, too, getting himself an MGLE, I believe, on top of that, if I'm not mistaken. So Corey Kispert, on the other hand, he's 2 out of 9. Or I'm sorry, Kobe White is 2 out of 9 from 3-point range, but 9 attempts is super healthy on this squad. Last 14 days that's what he's averaging. Go to the past 7 days. So the percentages, not great, but he's taking a lot. They're nice and healthy. Ooh, Kobe White's on a little bit of a downturn here. It's 14%, but he's taking a lot of healthy threes. I got confidence in my guy. Got a lot of confidence in Kobe White. And I also got a bunch of uses on him. So I'm going to add him in here. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, he's a 9 o'clock game against the Kings on this night. So because that's going to be happening at that point, then, that's going to be sort of something to keep an eye on, that you can swap him out later if you don't need him. We have OKC and we have the LA Clippers. So OKC is a team also. You could go with Isaiah Joe, but I think Isaiah Joe is going to be a bit tough to go in and expect to go and have the output that you want. LA Lakers. And I guess you could go with some of the other players on OKC. It's just kind of, do you really want to use Chet on this day? Do you want to use J-Dub? You could go with some of those guys. J-Dub's an interesting one. I think his 3-pointers have gone up significantly in the past month or so. So why don't we take a look here and we'll see what the OKC picture is. But anybody can pop off on a given night. That's why they kind of scare me sometimes. Lou Dort with exactly 2.5 out of 5. Chet, 2.5 out of 5. J-Dub, 1.5 out of 4. So yeah, I'm not feeling great about the distribution. So I'm not going to be going there on that. So that's going to be my lineup. It's going to be Anthony Simons, Paul George, Malik Beasley, Corey Kispert, Kobe White. None of those guys again on day 1, day 2, day 3. So still feeling pretty good about my lineup. Anything else you got, Matt? Is there anybody else you want to go differently on, or are you missing anyone that you might want to play?
I mean, yeah, I don't even think I have some of those guys. So, yeah, I don't know what I would do here. I guess I kind of got to wait and see as I get closer to that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good lineup. I do like Simons, George, and Kobe White. I mean, hey, you get the best benefit out of getting that Kobe White hollow. Now you get the multiple use for him. So I do have Kobe White, so I probably could use him. But maybe I would look to go with someone else. I mean, if you had to, like, if you were in my spot where I don't have a Kobe rare, what do you think would be a good sub for that? Because if I do use him, that's my use right there. But if I wanted to save him, what would be like a good substitute?
So a good substitute for Kobe White, probably where I'm going on this. Like I said, one of the LA Clipper guys. So basically think of that as like 3 uses on one team. So all those guys can hit this mark. It's a matter of choosing the right one. If I'm going on this one and you just want to win on this day. So if I'm you and you have a little bit of a smaller collection, I'm chasing as these 4 wins as hard as I can. Right.
Yeah.
So just lock it up and then push towards 9. But really, you're just gonna start off fast and furious, trying to get through there. Don't get too cute with everything. So yeah, I would probably target Paul George, and I would use him. He takes a healthy amount of
Mhm.
shots. You can use him one time now, and then you can use Harden down the road. You can use Harden for assists, and then you can use Kawhi Leonard another time. He's a bit banged up. If you want to take a big risk, you can go with Norman Powell. He's taking quite a bit of threes right now in Kawhi's absence. So if Kawhi's out and you want to play him, that's probably a good choice. I would probably go with Norman Powell if Kawhi is out. So keep your eyes on that day. And this is going to be good for us because when we are actually going through these slates, we're going to remember some of these takes. So yeah, as we're sort of getting through here and moving and grooving and familiarizing ourselves with this whole slate, that's why we're doing this exercise, because we're going to go all the way through 17. We got 12 days left. So let's keep working and grinding unless you got something else. I'm the sixth man. And of course, a lot of these guys you can find for $1 in the MP.
Mhm.
You can find them for less than $1 on Floaty. So, and also too, I have a ton of extra stuff in my collection. So definitely, like a lot of these guys, if not all of them, I have extra moments of. So definitely hit me up later, and we can definitely work out some trades, and
Yeah,
we'll
for
get you
sure.
rocking and rolling day by day. Okay. So next, what we got is we got free throws made, free throws attempted, and so let's go to the actual slate itself. It's the best way to sort of read this, and we go through day 5. So day 5, 5 players who will combine for at least 20 free throws made, 25 free throws attempted for your win. So 20 free throws made. So what's going to happen here is we're going to go through free throws made, so free throws attempted, and let's see. We got free throws attempted at a healthy 7.8 for OKC, but I'm looking at OKC and I shouldn't be. Wow, this is a massive slate on this day.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to actually take a piece. I'm going to take a look at,
You got 5 games starting at the same time, too.
Yeah, so that's going to be, I think, operatively where we start from. There aren't a whole lot of uses for late night, but maybe, let's see, 20 free throws made, 25 free throws made. So the obvious candidates that you can go with, Paolo Banchero here, Charlotte, not as many. You might have, nah, I wouldn't probably go with anyone there.
Mhm.
Philly, you could probably go. Maxey goes to the free throw line quite a bit, so he's someone, but I'd probably save him for assists. You got Brooklyn Nets. Is anybody creating contact? Schroeder goes to the line sometimes. I wouldn't depend on him. New Orleans Pelicans. Yeah, nobody really. Brandon Ingram actually. So why don't we take a look at the New Orleans Pelicans? And I actually have Brandon Ingram. I have his rare, so I can use him. So free throws made. No, that's field goals. I almost panicked for a second. Brandon Ingram's at 7.3 free throws made per game, and he takes 8 per game. So that's the last 7 days, and now we have the past 14 days. So let's go here. We got Brandon
Still
Ingram
up there. Yeah, he's pretty consistent.
He's been consistent his entire career. So, yeah, for me, I'm going to definitely be plugging in Brandon Ingram. And of course, TK, loving Brandon Ingram being involved in here. So, Brandon Ingram, there we go. So, let's go and let's say Brandon Ingram. And then let's go next to from Brandon Ingram. And let's go to the Toronto Raptors. Scotty Barnes goes to the free throw line quite a bit. I don't know that there's anybody else there that goes to the line in a clip, because what you want is you want to average basically around 4 per game across 5. So Ingram gets you significantly there. You got the obvious Jays from Boston. I'm probably going to save them. Cleveland. Do we have anybody there? Free throws? Not as many. I guess, yeah, Donovan Mitchell goes to the free throw line quite a bit. So you can go with Donovan Mitchell. So let's go to Cleveland real fast. And Donovan Mitchell, he goes to the line. Let's see. Mitchell's been going to the line 5 times a game, making 4 at the clip. He's right at the average for the past 7 days, or for the past 14 days. For the past 7 days, yeah, he's pretty consistent. So he's right on the money. I'm gonna keep looking. Detroit Pistons, no one really there that I'm thinking right now. Miami, Jimmy B, yeah, copy Jimmy B. Go with Jimmy B. I got 2 rares. I got rares, so I can go with Jimmy Butler, but I would certainly take a look at getting Jimmy Butler. If you don't have him in your collection, I guess that's where I would go. But yeah, I love Jimmy.
Yeah, I have Jimmy moments, but I don't have any rares.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where the uses come in. Atlanta. So DeJounte, I wonder, since Trey has been out, since Trey has been out. Let's see. Free throws made 2 and 3 in the past 7 days. That's not a whole lot. I do have his rare, so that's why I'm running him on day 1. Knicks, Brunson is certainly someone you're going to want to target.
Mm-hmm.
Brunson goes to the line quite a bit. So especially with all the injuries on the team, let's take a look and see what happens there.
Does he go more than? No, never mind.
Is he what?
No, I was gonna. No, I'm in the past. I was like, does he go more than Porzingis? I'm like, he hasn't been on the Knicks for.
Oh yeah, Celtics.
Yeah,
Celtics, Wizards. Yeah, we still get there too. Yeah, DeJounte is playing more of a distributor role without Trey. Yeah, admittedly, I haven't seen a whole lot of Atlanta since the Trey injury. So yeah, that's good to know that you want DeJounte for assists. He gets a healthy amount of rebounds as a guard. So yeah, that's a very, very astute observation. All right, let's go. I know Houston has a lot of people who take free throws. That's a very aggressive team. San Antonio Spurs too. Let me see if there's any other obvious guys. Indiana with Matherin. I want to take a look and see what his averages are from the free throw line. He's hit and miss. He goes through his moves and grooves. Dallas, Luka's obvious. Phoenix, Kevin Durant, easy. All their guys go to the line. So almost for free throws, Phoenix is another team just like the Clippers, where you get multiple uses out of that one team for a specific stat. So that's what I really like Phoenix for. Denver. So Denver obviously is going to have Murray, but he looks like he rolled his ankle last night. So that's going to be someone to sort of keep an injury to keep an eye on, see if anyone steps up there in that category. But I'm going to keep my eyes to see if he's going to be out multiple weeks before committing to Murray. So let's go real quick to San Antonio, Houston, and Indiana. I think we can find some savings there. So let's go to Houston. Houston first. So Houston in the past 7 days, we got for free throws made, we got Sengun, of course, 5 of 7. Jalen Smith Jr., I targeted him in the previous 2 fast break slates, and he paid off for me in those. So I very much enjoyed having him in the past couple slates for different reasons. So Jalen Smith is definitely someone I would keep an eye on. Cam Whitmore, he's scoring tremendously from the field. So I kicking myself because I actually had him and I booted him in my fantasy league. And yeah, there's a healthy amount of free throws to be had, but I would probably only trust Jalen Smith and Sengun. Let's go to the past 14-day average. Dish the Rock, Jeremy Grant. Great. Yes, great one, Dish the Rock. Great suggestion there. Thank you. As we get closer into the slates, and I can see this from the actual UI from Top Shot, this is where it gets a bit easier for me. Let's see. So Sengun or Jalen Smith. I'm not going to go with either one of them yet, but what I'm going to do is go to Portland again. And with Portland, let's go and let's drop this in. And let's do Portland. And Jeremy Grant as a healthy 5 per game over 4. That's convincing me. And I have a Jeremy Grant rare. And so I think Jeremy Grant is actually a really solid rare to have in your collection. I don't know what that's going for right now, but yeah, I would certainly think about going with Jeremy Grant in this lineup. So that's where I'm going. Shout out to Dish to Rock on Jeremy Grant in this. So I do like Jeremy Grant. Oh, can I not put in Grant? Jer. Unless, let me see.
So right now the low on Jeremy Grant is $9 for his for the win moment. It's not a bad price.
Alexa, turn off. Can't type Jeremy Grant in the planner.
Yeah, so you have some options for Jeremy Grant if you do want to shop for a rare. You got one at 9 and a couple at 11. So
I'm putting in Grant Williams because I can't type in Jeremy Grant in here. So like if you guys are seeing Jeremy Grant, can't type Jeremy Grant in the planner. So Grant Williams is there. Oh, yeah, no. Shout out to the Blazers fans. Mike, D-Jack, those guys are awesome. So I'm glad to be sort of like back in the same orbit because sometimes we all drift on our building paths and like, it's always nice to converge and come together. So those guys are really, really, really good. D-Jack really know. I mean, they all know their stuff. D-Jack and I, good friend. We've worked on a lot of things together. Let's see. We also got the San Antonio Spurs and the Indiana Pacers. Those are the last two teams I want to look in this slate. And so let's go to San Antonio. I believe Keldon Johnson is someone who goes to the line quite a bit. Or Vassell. Vassell actually is probably better. So Devin Vassell goes to the line he goes to the line he's just shooting horrible from. Oh no, that's from 3. I'm sorry. Sorry. Let's go back here. And looks like Wembayama is going to the line just insanely more than anyone else. All of his usage is going through the roof. Had an amazing block on Wemby last night. We all saw it. It was really cool. So there we go. We got here we go. Victor Wembayama, free throws made. He's still leading the way, 2 out of 3. No one from here I like. I'm going to go back to Indiana. Let me go back to Indiana, and let's see. Mathurin is the guy I usually look for in this. So he's hitting 3 per game, 3.8. So he's going to the line twice per game for 4 attempts. Let's look at the past 7 days. Is there anything? Because he's very streaky. So Mathurin, nope, still sitting at 2.7. So if I'm thinking about my 5th slot here, I'm probably just going to go with one of the obvious guys in that case. And I'm going to go with somebody obvious a bit later. And I'm going to go with Sengun. So if Sengun is not performing, or if other people are overperforming, then I'm going to drop Sengun out and go with somebody a little bit easier. So Sengun I'm keeping in here just for right now because I know he'll get that. All right. Day 6. We're halfway through the slate. And yeah, that's why like this exercise, it's not the most amazing content in the entire world. Let me see. Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about. Is there any way for me to compare my notes to yours? Of course, yeah, Blazer fan. If you ever want to just chime in, jump in, whatever, man. Like doors open. We're just in here doing lineups, so we're halfway through this. And yeah, I don't know if you just popped in a second ago, but we're definitely talking Jeremy Grant. You got some lovely shout outs here from Dish to Rock in the chat about how he put you guys put him on to Jeremy Grant. His usage is through the roof. So if you can get his rare for $9 and you can use him twice, you're going to get your value out of him. No, you're a good Blazer fan, but if you want to drop anything in the chat for suggestions or anything, or just, hey, I got this guy on this day, what do you think? Feel free to, but appreciate you, fam. Always good to have you here in the chat. All right.
Shout out Blazer fan, man.
Yeah. And M6Man got to meet him out there too. So yeah.
Hey, are you coming to Miami this year for the NLL tour?
Tell us yes.
I had a great time meeting you last year, and I'd love to do it again. Unfortunately, my time in Miami was a little shorter than I wanted to because of work schedule and stuff. But yeah. Hey, maybe next time, or maybe I'll be going to Chicago for that one, and we might do New York. I don't know, but love to see you at any of the events.
Yeah, no, of course. We'll see what happens. You never know. And yeah, I know that Portland's got a pretty badass thing like going on for them. We've talked about it before, how Portland was Matt's second favorite team when Dame was on it. Dame was his favorite player, and he's never been to a Portland game. And I'll tell you,
I haven't been out into the West Coast at all. I've been up and down the New England area, stuff like that, Chicago, but I've never made it west of the Mississippi.
Awesome. Yeah, no, and I think one of the things too that going to a Portland Trailblazers basketball game, we were going for it was for the Blazers versus the Timberwolves. So I don't know if there's any sort of rivalry there, but I don't think that's necessarily it. I just think basketball culture is completely embedded within Portland, and so it's everywhere. And so even whether it's the pregame and they have like this awesome bar that just right there at the game. Everybody's in there having drinks, wearing their Portland jerseys. You're at the game. People are standing up. People are chanting. Like that was such an infectious, cathartic environment. And it was a Saturday night. It was like being at like a soccer game, like being, in England, going to see like Chelsea, Manchester United, Manchester City. It was like just a really cool environment to be a part of. So that's why I tell everybody, like that was one of the coolest trips that I got to take just as a basketball fan, because getting that lore in American sports is so difficult. It's just it's just tough to sort of emulate what we see around the world with the infectious soccer passion and all that kind of stuff. And so to see it happen in basketball and within a specific fan base and such a historical fan base, that was really eye-opening to me as a fan. So encourage anyone who hasn't been to Portland yet, beyond the basketball, it's a great, fun city. It's 420 friendly. Have yourself a good time.
I'd love to experience it. I mean, I'm in South Florida, so I go to Heat games. We have Heat culture and all that, but I think too, you see with especially in South Florida. Regardless of the sport or the team, there's a lot of bandwagon fans, a lot of front runners. So when Miami is up, everybody's a Heat fan. But, you know, we went to games when there was, you know, we could basically pick any seat we wanted. So you kind of, I think you get more of camaraderie in a smaller market team, or, you know, something like that, where there's more, it's more like a hometown vibe. Miami, South Florida, everybody's from somewhere else. So you don't always get that same kind of sense of community in the same way that you would with like maybe Portland, or, you know, maybe like Sacramento or something like that. So I definitely want to experience that kind of basketball, because, you know, it's a little different down here in Miami. Not that it's a bad thing or anything, but, you know, different parts of the country are, you know, you kind of get different groups of fandom and stuff like that. So one day I am going to make it out to a Blazers game, hopefully sooner than later.
Well, finally, Poker Pro Eric shows his face around here as we get to sort of bring him into the fold. But yeah, I'll actually go back into that experience with Poker Pro Eric. I even think if you got that tweet out there, it's a really cool tweet with me and him taking a picture together. But yeah, no, getting to meet all the Top Shot collectors. That's why getting to, you know, talk with, you know, Tim, with Poker Pro Eric, Blazer fan, met him for the first time, D-Jack. We have been working together. Just so many people out there, you know, that was one of the coolest experiences. And it was my first real Top Shot, you know, organized event that I got to participate in. And so I see everybody in here showing the love. But I will say, so during that game experience, and we'll get back to the lineups in just a second, guys. Sorry to go back into memory lane, but getting the feels here with the Portland crowd. But yeah, when we were in the stadium, and I've talked about this on stream, but Poker Pro Eric, I don't know if he's heard the rendition of the story, but yeah, I always talk about how when we were in the arena, still to this day, one of the coolest experiences of my life, watching Anthony Simons and Dame Lillard, even though they were playing against the Timberwolves, it almost seemed like they were competing against each other, hitting threes. And that night we were playing Moment Ranks Play, and we all decided to go and play certain players. Cam Thomas, I think, was one of the hot ones that night. It was also Anthony Simons, Dame Lillard. We were there for it. So a lot of us were playing all three of those guys. And just as Cam Thomas is hitting for the nets on our phones, we're all doing high fives. Every time Simons is hitting a three, me and Poker Pro Eric are like slamming high fives, like, you know, hugging each other. Like, it was such a fun time. And I'm telling you, like,
awesome.
That's probably it's so hard. And this is what I want to emulate when we do the Chicago event, is it's so hard to actually like vibe and hang out with people when you're sitting in a whole row of like 15. So I'm trying my best to sort of find a collaborative way for people to be able to engage, hang out and stuff. But yeah, of course, what one of my best memories of it is sitting next to Poker Pro Eric throughout the entire tournament. And while some people out there may have never met the guy and may just be like, oh, wow, you enjoyed that part? Yeah. That was one of the coolest basketball experiences I've had live in the stadium. And shout out to you, Poker Pro Eric. You made that day really, really fun. And I'll always have that memory. So real cool to see you in here again. All right, guys. And also Blazer fan too. It goes without saying. They're in Portland, seeing you in Miami. We threw down that night with also the Boston Celtics captain too. So we were just having such a good time.
That was a fun night. And I still got the ball. Yeah. I still got the ball I won at the after event.
Yeah, you got the Top Shot ball. It's
got a little less air in it now, but it's been sitting, you know, in my closet, making sure, you know, it stays in pristine order. I need to get a display back here right behind me, some shelving and stuff, so I can put it up, get some lighting.
Yes, sir.
And stuff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Well, let's keep going through this, guys. We're on day 6. We're halfway through the slate. And so obviously we got a massive slate on this day. Ton of free throws. If I see free throws, one of the first guys I'm going to is De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is consistently, and this isn't just because Poker Pro Eric is in here, I have 2 uses for Fox too. This is generally where I use him because you always want to find someone who specializes in a certain stat. When it comes to assists on the Sacramento Kings, it's like a seesaw. It could be him, it could be Sabonis. One place that I feel very confident in, Sabonis will get his assists, but with Fox, sometimes he's attacking the defense in a different way. Fox takes a lot of free throws, but doesn't make them. I agree with that. The usage is super high on him, so he's gassed. And that's the scary part, right? Let's take a look at Fox from the past couple weeks and see sort of what's happening with Fox as I'm sort of going for a bird's eye view on this scenario. So let's go through Fox, and we see that Fox is sitting at a healthy 4.5 out of 5 attempts in the past 7 days. super small sample size. We're talking probably 1 or 2 games, maybe 3. And so, we'll see what happens here with Fox. Two games played, actually. We see 2 games played. So there's a 2-game sample size. Let's increase it a little bit more. Let's go to the past 14 days and see what we got here. And as we've been seeing throughout the time, the 7 and 14 game averages are somewhat similar between a lot of these players. As time goes on, this will not happen. So that's why I'm doing this exercise. It's important to go through that. So Fox in 14 days, I really like 3.7 out of 4, even though I need 4. I feel confident enough with him being able to, he's at 3.5-ish to 4 point something-ish. So I'm going to go with Fox on my sheet. So De'Aaron Fox on day 6. So Fox, De'Aaron Fox, let's go.
So when you use a moment, how many days again is it that you can't use it? Is it 2 days or 3?
No. Like that's it for the entire slate.
Oh, well, didn't you use Fox though on day 1?
Yeah, so I have a rare, so I can use them twice.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So these are my 2 uses on Fox. No more after this. That's the beauty of the Kings. I own both rares of their best players. 4 uses on their 2 best players. Yes, it is clutch, super clutch. Yeah. Sabonis and Fox, you run with that. He had a need that kept him out last game. Yeah, that checks out. Dish to Rock usually get about 3-4 game sample in 7 days. So if he's in 2, it's either the Kings are on a short schedule or Fox is on a 3-4, or he missed a game. Okay. So that's the first guy I look at when I want to do free throws. It's not. I just like doing it. He's come through for me a few times. DeRozan is the next guy I look at. DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan's he's clutch. If you guys have played him in the previous 2 slates, there are nights he carries your entire night. DeMar DeRozan. He's sitting at 9.5 out of 10 free throws made, guys. Yeah.
But you're looking up free throws though, but day 6 is assists.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm thinking about the last slate. I'm so sorry. Oh,
yeah, I think it's assist minus turnovers.
Assist minus turnovers. Sorry, my mind is still on the other thing. But you guys obviously can look through that.
But still, De'Aaron Fox is a great one for free throws.
He can do for free throws, yes. But we're gonna go back.
That's what you need.
So, and I don't have any Fred VanVleet that night. Yeah. So if we're going to do assist minus turnover, and I get the joke here, Dish to Rock, no Fred VanVleet that late. Yes. Assist a turnover. He had -1 last time around. Okay. So if I'm going to go look through assist to turnover ratio, then I'm going to go with Tyus Jones on this day. This is where you want to use Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones, I know for a fact, is a phenom when it comes to assist to turnover ratio. So Tyus Jones, there we go. Last 14 days, we're going to go to assist to turnover ratio. And Tyus Jones is sitting at an 8.4. 2.9. So Tyus Jones is who you want to go with on this day. Yeah. And I know we talked about him on night number 1, but we're on, day number 8. And so, yeah, or 6. So Tyus Jones, you for sure want to have on this day. As we keep moving and grooving through here on assists, who else jumps out at me through assists? It is going to be Maxi's another one with Embiid out, which should still be within this 6-day sort of period. Oh, CP3. I like that move. CP3 ramps some minutes and playing with the second team of the Warriors might help. He scares the hell out of me. Even when he was at full strength, I do have a rare and I have 2 uses. So interesting move there, Dish to Rock. We'll take a look later and see if we can plug and play him in here. But for right now, yes, I do want to go with, I went with Tyus Jones. And then who was I looking at after? I just said it. Tyrese Maxey. So I'm going to go with Maxey here. So Maxey, I might have gone with him on day number 1. So we're already going to see how I'm going to readjust. Yeah, so I went with Tyrese Maxey on day number 1. I'm not going with Tyrese Maxey today. I'm going to go and lower this bad boy as I was just picking the top 5. And I'm going to remove Tyrese Maxey because I only have 1 use out of him. If I'm going to go with someone today, let's see. I want to go with points. I was using Simons already. I see that we have Cade Cunningham. I think Cade Cunningham has been playing somewhat well lately from the scoring range. I'm going to go real quick through all players. I'm going to go through tonight, and I'm going to go through points per game, and I'm going to look through the past 14 days. So Luke is obviously there, but what I'm looking for here is you guys can see percent rostered. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to look through the smallest percentage so that I can find someone who fits. Isaiah Quickley. So Isaiah Quickley we see here. If we look at
Mr. Rock is asking, could you replace today's Maxey with Buddy Hield and feel okay?
VODs are on for Twitch, right? This is so clutch and good to look back for info and such. Yeah, so VOD should be on TK for this. But also as well, we're going to be running through these so we already got the first couple days covered. So on Monday, we're going to go to like, let's say, for instance, here, I'll give you guys a general idea. of what we're doing.
We'll probably be re-uploading this stream anyways in full. Might not go too crazy on editing for this one, just so you guys can see everything.
Right.
But we'll have it available after the stream for sure, in
Right.
some way or form.
Right. So yeah. So what I'm thinking here, what we can do is I think that's actually interesting. Could I play Buddy Healed? Always lets me down. Said well as a Sacramento Kings fan. Let me see. Good question. There's probably a lot. Do you have capability to add time markers? It's just with a long stream like we had today. It's like a 3-hour stream. It just would be a lot.
I think you can do it on YouTube. You just specify the times for each chapter, but we can do it. It would just require us kind of going back and rewatching the entire thing.
Right.
It might be something. I think we can edit it after the video is already up. So we'll have the video up and try to add that stuff. Yeah, that might take a little bit of time, but we'll try to figure something out here.
Yeah,
because we definitely want this kind of stuff for you guys to be able to look back on in case not everybody can make the stream at this time. So having that stuff available for you guys is one of our top priorities here.
For sure. And then one thing we're going to be doing too is we're going to basically today's setting the template for us. So when we make the content, it'll be that much quicker and easier. We'll remember, okay, we ran this guy on this day for this reason, but this is what changed out of our NBA day. And so when it's Tuesday, I'm going to do a reset on my lineup a little bit and adjust accordingly. And then also too, our performances are going to basically guide our decision making here. So that's going to be one thing that I would sort of just keep you guys abreast. If you guys want to stay in tune with the first 3 days, we covered that I think pretty well. And then from there we'll be I guess we have today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, 4 days. First 4 days, I think we're pretty clutch. So I think that should be a good guidepost. And then when Tuesday comes around, we'll definitely look back at the week all the way up until Sunday. And then we'll make adjustments as time goes on. We'll talk in the chat. I'll let you guys know what's changing, what's not changing. And it looks like Boards to Buckets is going to also get an account with Fast Break now. And so, we're going to be running our lineups of the day, which is going to reflect a lot of our content. And so, I'm going to be asking for people to, trade, donate, whatever. And then if we win a pack by the end, then you guys will win those moments, which will be awesome. And so, that's sort of what I want to do with Boards to Buckets. That'll be a nice little template of what we decided to talk about that day. If you guys have any questions, then feel free to go do that. Any plans to talk Fast Break with the TSK guys on their side? Of course, anytime. Yeah. I'll talk Fast Break with anyone. TSK, with Collecting and Connecting, with every community out there. This is more fun when you talk hoops with people. And that's what I want naturally to happen as time goes on. We're talking Fast Break, we're talking lineups, but eventually it should sort of all meld in with the hoops. So that's what we're trying to do here. All right, so we got Tyrese Maxey that I'm going to be taking out of my lineup for points. And the reason why I'm looking for points now is because I'm basically going to be going through, let's see, points per game. Where do we got that? Points, there we go. Oh, and then we looked at Isaiah Quickly. So Quickly was one player. Do we have Toronto playing on this game? Yes, we do. He's averaging 23.5 per game. So I very much like Quickly from the Toronto Raptors. If he's playing, I have 2 uses out of him. That's why I want to use Quickly. So I'm going to use Quickly tonight. He's my main guy tonight. So Isaiah Quickly, I'm going to slide in. I'm moving Maxey in on this assisted turnover ratio day because I like Tyrese Maxey. But let me check the assisted turnover ratio because I like him for assists. Let me see if the turnovers are a problem. Maxey's at a healthy 2.75. I like that. I know they simulcasted your stream since you overlap times today, hence my question. Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So you're saying that they simulcasted the stream today. Yeah. So here's what happened with the stream today. Just to sort of, I wouldn't have planned a late night stream last night had I known that today was going to happen with our guests. But after our stream last night, found out that Veerman could commit to this morning. I'd reached out to him earlier, but he was only able to let me know, basically when we were done with the Lakers game. And so I had to quickly put this together within that time. And I woke up about 6 o'clock today. Many of you guys saw me up this morning at 6, 7 a.m. So yeah, that happened. And then Vinyls reached out to me because we had talked about meeting up on March 1st. And so basically what happened is I told him, hey, instead of coming in tonight, obviously he's going to have a lot of stuff to do today with Fast Break. Why don't you pop in for a bit in the morning with Veerman? We can sort of build our lineups. And that's how the manifestation of the show happened. No. I know you didn't mean malicious intent. I know that.
Yeah,
But just
it all came together really quickly.
in case you're wondering if this
I
came
woke
out
up
left
today
field.
to a text, and Dream was like, "Oh, Vinyl's going to be on too." I'm like, "Whoa!" And
Yeah.
this, it definitely ramped up really quickly, unexpectedly. So
Yeah, I literally sent a message to Matt this morning, like, "Yo, Vinyls is going to be on this morning," and yeah, that just came out of us talking to each other at 6, 7 in the morning. Had I not been up setting up the earlier stream, I wouldn't have even seen the message. So that's how quickly this all came together. But yeah, no, for sure. When TSK is going and doing their fast break lineups, jump in there and go do your lineups with them too. They're going to do it daily, so they're on like every single morning, whereas we're just going to be on twice a week. And today was a little bit later because we had the 2.5 hour stream that we had before the actual event. And Veerman told me that like probably like later in the morning was going to be a bit easier for him. So yeah, I think he did anyway, or maybe it was a me thing. But anyway, that's basically what happened there. In case people were wondering how quick, like I don't know, it would have taken me by surprise too, and it did. All right, so we'll keep going through here. All right, so slot number 3. Slot number 3 is, let's see, we're going to go back to fast break, and I'm going to go back to day number, I believe we're still on 6. So day number 6. All right, I'm still looking through assist to turnover ratio. I'm not going to play Scoot Henderson because his assists are really high. I do like his assists though. Let's see. Memphis, not anyone there. Cleveland, no. DeJounte could be interesting. I don't know what his actual assist to turnover ratio is. That could be something to go and take a look at. You got the
Elliott out by then. You think?
I'm sorry.
Trey's still going to be out by then, right?
Yes, I believe so. Trae Young will
How long was he out? Was it like 4 weeks?
It's gonna be like 4 weeks. It's gonna be like 4 weeks. We got no Van Vliet for Houston, but I don't trust the assist to turnover ratio there. We got Orlando and we got Washington. So yeah, no, this day's gonna be a little bit more difficult. I think those two anchors can go a long way. You just can't have people who turn the ball over a lot.
But that could be like a day 2. You just burn and don't play just because you don't want to waste your spots on something that's kind of iffy.
Yeah, this day is incredibly difficult. So Keontae George for the Utah Jazz is someone who was identified earlier. Milwaukee is a place that you can run Dame Lillard. We talked about it the other day. What's Dame looking like as far as assists are concerned? So we can look at Dame Lillard for Milwaukee. Let's go take a look here. And we're going to do assist to turnover ratio. Holy crap. Pat Beverly has 11 assist to turnover ratio. What? We're also looking at assists too, because they need to hit like a raw number of assists. I know Maxi's going to hit, and I know Tyus Jones are going to hit. That's why I didn't look. But yeah, you have to look at not just the assist to turnover ratio. You need to look at the number of assists. So let's see. Is there anyone here who crosses the apex? We have Dame with a 2.1 assist to turnover ratio. So that's good. That's healthy. And that's 7 per game that he's hitting. So I kind of like Dame on this day. I'm going to just slide him in. And
you would use Dame on an assist day over scoring though?
Yes, just because the night is so difficult that if I want to compete on this night, I have to use Dame. So I can get scoring from a lot of places, but 25 assist to turnover ratio, I'm going to be guided by basically moving. I have to head out. Much love. Talk to y'all soon. Of course, Blazer fan. This is a heavy stream. I know. So we're going to move through this because we're committed to it. And yeah, we'll keep moving and grooving.
Yeah,
you too, brother.
We're turning B to B, AM into PM at this point, but
that's so true. Awesome. Okay. All right. So anyone else in this that jumps out at me? Steph Curry, never like him for assist to turnover ratio. Assists aren't really there. Brogdon interests me if he comes back healthy and Scoot is still out. I don't know that I like anyone there. Oh man. I might have to go. Oh man, do I want to go LeBron here? I'm going to look at Memphis real fast. Does Memphis have any sort of edge play on it that I can do? Anybody with an actual moment, though, that's the key. So assists here. We got Jordan Goodwin with 8 assists per game at 4. Jordan Goodwin, I know he has a moment on Top Shot, or at least I think he does. Pretty sure he has like a rookie debut. Lamar Stevens, Derrick Rose, Zaire Williams, Jaren Jackson Jr., G. Jackson. All right, let's keep an eye on Jordan Goodwin. That's 14 days. Let's see if he's been doing this in the past 7 days. Jordan Goodwin. So that's just 1 game played in 7 days. Tell me that that's not the same. Oh, yeah, Jordan Goodwin's played 1 game. So, yeah, we're not going to take that sample size, unfortunately. Let's keep moving and grooving. Is there anyone else that we can look at for assists here? No, this team is horrible. Let's see. I guess there is always Darius Garland. He's not very turnover prone. I'm going to save. do I want to save Harden? Dream, are there going to be nights where you're going to go for the top prize, or you're always going to go for the long-term game? I'm going long-term game because unless there's a specific edge play I want to build around, that'll be the day that maybe I chase like something. So like I have an angle that no one else has, but that's usually not the case. So in order to win number one, you got to win a bunch of tiebreakers. If you guys haven't seen the Top Shot blog that's on here, you guys can actually see how the tiebreakers work, and they're much more succinctly spelled out now. So you actually have the whole thing. And if you see how much it takes to beat a tiebreaker on nights where there's a lot of similar lineups, it's just impossible. And on nights where you can create the edge play, it's you just never know, right? So we'll see. Well, I just said this morning I haven't taken a bath yet. I love your commitment, Stan Loves. And hey, you know what? How about this, Stan Loves? I'm gonna give you $100 today. How about that? And you know why, of course. But yeah, they still haven't messaged me back. So we'll link up later. I got a bunch of prizes to distribute for our first fast break game, and I'll be doing that. But yes, we will reward your loyalty here.
You just got to get like one of those little stands for your phone so you can like prop it up while you're sitting in the bath. You know.
I will say
like that one guy from the Truman Show.
That is true. That is true.
I just watched the entire show in the bath.
It's amazing how many there's been people that have been asking me for the past month or two, when is a show coming back? Definitely one of the ones on that I've been asking. So glad to have you in here, Stan Loves, and showing the love, not just the questions. So thank you for being in here and hanging out with us. All right, so let's see. But go take a bath if you need to. You can definitely bring the phone in your bathroom and listen to us if you need to take a bath. But let's see. Let's keep moving and grooving through here. Do I want to? I guess DeJounte, I have a second play for him. I'm going to slide him in for right now just to not lean on this day like for too long. And so I'm going to put DeJounte Murray in real quick. We're going to move to the next day real fast. So I'm going to add DeJounte, and I'm going to add I think I'm going to have to add Van Vliet. No, I only have one move for Van Vliet. So I have Van Vliet on, night 2. I can't play Van Vliet. Let's see. I have one more play. You know who I actually like? This is gonna be a different one. This is for sure gonna be a different one. I'm gonna do Markelle Fultz. When healthy, he does drop. He does charging iPad. Gotcha. So Markelle Fultz does drop a decent amount of dimes. I don't know what his turnover ratio is, so let's go take a look at that. But I'm fairly confident when he is actually playing, which isn't all the time. He's been out quite a bit this year with knee tendonitis. He is somebody to go take a look at. So let's keep an eye. Let's see. Do we have anything for Fultz? I don't see anything for Fultz on here. So he must not have any stats. Let's go back to this past 7 days. I know he just came back. So Fultz, his assist to turnover ratio is at 1. So that's kind of scary. His assists are at 1.7. So obviously, take it with a grain of salt right now. He's just getting back from injury, a long-term injury. So not long-term. He's been out with like a knee thing. So I'm going to add him for right now, but I'm going to keep my eye because I have about 6 days until I have to make that decision. So I will keep that in there for right now just because I'm probably not running Fultz any other day. All right, let's move to day 7 and then the 6 man. You got any questions on day 6 as we get to day 7? That was a hard day, super hard day.
Yeah, day 6. I mean, that might be a day I skip just because some of those pieces I might have already used by then, or maybe some I just want to save for another time. Like I can only use Dame once, so maybe I want to use them on a day I know I can easily get some scoring numbers. But yeah, that one does look pretty tough. So I might sit that day out. I mean, it also depends too on the days leading up to that. If I win or, however that goes. So I'll be playing that day by ear for sure. But like day 7, 130 points. Yeah, I might save Dame for that one. Because something like that, I usually feel like I have a better chance of winning off ones that are just pure scoring. Or, blocks or whatever. Sometimes when it comes to free throws or assists and stuff, I've been kind of missing on those. And I kind of just tend to follow the recommended moments from Top Shot based on averages. So it might be that, maybe next time we get on, I can reassess and we can kind of reevaluate or something. But for now, I would say that day, I'm probably going to sit that out.
Yeah, and that's good, man, because if your target is 9 wins, you got to win half of the slates. So bouncing on a slate that you don't think you're going to be able to win, just that's the hardest thing to do, but it's the right move. So that will net you the reward that you want to get. So you gotta like commit to like not, or if you are gonna do that day, do some like random shit, like throw in like whatever, just throw in like some players that you're never gonna play if you want to go do that.
Yeah.
And so that's why the planner is really good, because you can still make something happen that day without tapping into your long-term plan. So I can use this sheet now when I go look at it later and say, okay, so I'm actually going to use this guy on this day. Does this open me up for another use on this day? And you'll see, because as I'm going through this and you guys are seeing me go through it, what you're seeing happen is that I'm like, I'm going to save this guy. I'm going to save this guy. I'm going to save this guy. It turns out that halfway through my slate, I got cannons ready to go. And I've got 4 out of 6 wins in those first 6 days. Right there, I'm on pace to go and beat this whole thing. And I would have done it last time I was 1 game out. And that was because I actually legitimately forgot to take Ben Simmons out of my lineup in a night that he wasn't playing, and that I was away with my wife out to dinner and he didn't play. And yeah, I wasn't keeping up with the NBA news within that like 2, 3. Actually, he was, I think, even taken out earlier that day. Just had no time.
So a situation like this is probably going to be a lot easier for you to manage once Fast Break gets on mobile.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sure, like Yahoo
point.
Fantasy, you might get an alert. It's like, oh, this guy's on your starting roster and not playing, or he's on your roster and he's game time decision, So hopefully we get those kind of things that can alert people, maybe like, an hour before tip off or, whatever. I mean, and also too, we have the bot that kind of tells you on injuries and trades and stuff. So I think in the future, we're going to see that more integrated to where it's going to be like easier to fix your lineup or kind of edit things a little closer to game time than so that way you don't have to be like glued to your computer or anything like that.
Well, yeah, but we'll be kicking it on stream anyway, and so as our target goals are starting to be hit, I'm going to tell people, yo guys, Fred VanVleet, if you played him tonight, he hit 10 assists, like you're pretty much good on this lineup. So if you want to do a late swap, do your late swap. So I know that's tough for everyone that can't be present during the streams, and that's why we're going to try to prepare as much as we can ahead of time for those, especially this morning. Like I didn't expect for us to even have close to 40 people in this morning, and that's awesome. But I also like want to do this. It's not based on how many people we have in the room. This is really just, I understand that when we do our nighttime streams, it's hard for people to go and attend those from around the world and that have different sorts of work schedules. It's a time, place, manner thing. So us doing these morning shows and gearing it towards Fast Break, that's hopefully some utility that the international members of our community and those who have untraditional, I guess, not 9-to-5 jobs, can sort of benefit from. So we appreciate all the support, and I've already ironed out my schedule for Tuesdays and for Fridays to go and do that. So hopefully we can go back together on Tuesday with Black Eddie. And I know that I'm sort of rolling through the punches on this, guys, but we got a lot we're doing. So I mean, it's not always a thing where I can plan all this stuff like super well in the head, but we just sort of rock with the punches when we got them. All right. So next we got day 7. So wow, is this again 130 points? Oh, good old vinyls. Good old vinyls. This is where I would say Williams. Dun, 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 dun. Well, you know that joke. But yeah, anyway, so we got day 7, and let's go with assists, 130 points. I'm sorry. So this is where I'm going to slide Anthony Edwards. So on day 7, I'm putting in Anthony Edwards because, yeah, I haven't used him halfway through my slate. I got 1 use for him. So he's going in halfway through the slate, unless I need to use him later on. So
I put him on day 1. So
Anthony Edwards.
My day 1, I think I had a few different pieces than you guys. So I went with Curry, Mitchell, Edwards, Fox, and Giannis for day 1. So guns blazing, I guess. But I mean, why not?
Yeah, I totally see that angle. You should do that. Like that's what I told you before. Just come out guns blazing on day 1. Don't start off with a loss if you can avoid it. Yeah. So that's sort of what you want to plan around. And remember, you can sell these packs in the pack marketplace, which is awesome. So I know you're not going to do it. I know I'm not going to do it.
I got to rip it.
I'm ripping it, especially with the Legos inside. But yeah, the market is getting way more healthy, and I'm really enjoying all this. Let's keep going. 130 points. I got a Kobe White Lego. It's going. Kobe White, baby. Let's go. I like his points per game averages. He takes a healthy amount of shots. Right now, he's a little bit down on his percentages, which makes him risky on the other night that I played him. But if I got 4 uses out of him, I'm doing 4 uses. I may not have that moment here if I sell him before this, but we'll sort of see if that ends up happening. If anybody's looking for a Kobe White, holler at your boy for the Steph Curry Hollow Challenge.
I got a few Malik Monks I can trade it for.
God damn it. All right. I haven't used any.
I got it. Yeah, maybe one day it's just gonna click, and we'll get that trade going.
Now I got to put this question out there. Stan Loves is charging on the iPad, and he's and he's in here present, our number one Heat fan. Besides yours truly over here in the community. I wonder how he feels if I want to go run Boston versus Denver, and I want to go run one of the Jays that night. Am I taking too much of a risk running Boston versus Denver? And I mean, Tatum is Tatum. He should put up 20 to 30 points. But I don't know why I feel nervous about it. But I got 1 use out of him. I feel like this is a night I should be using him. And I think I have him already on night 1, so I'm going to have to shift him on this night. So I'm going to go to night 1 real fast as I already am playing him. And let me look at the lineups real quick. I got Tatum versus Dallas tonight. Not a good defensive team. So no, Tatum is not rocking on this day because I want the matchup versus Dallas. Although this is Dallas with their new sort of trades. So defensively, I think they're still a little bit wonky, but they're not as good, not as poor as they used to be. But I'm going to remove Tatum on this day. If I have to pick one day, I'm going there. Maybe I'm going to go Jaylen Brown. Tatum should draw the best defender. Brown should have the go-ahead to, I don't know. That one's a little bit risky, but we'll keep looking through here. Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell's always a great play on this day. So I'm coming out with Mitchell because I see him here for the Cavs. Usage has gone down a little bit with Garland. So I may want to track that by that point, and I will. But I'm going to keep my eyes there. We got LA Clippers. No, not going to do anything there. Banchero for the Orlando Magic. Team is healthy. Usage going down slightly. I'm still going to stick Banchero here. And I like Banchero more than Jaylen Brown. So I'm going to stick Banchero here. Let's do that.
Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
All good, brother. So this is day 6. Oh, no, I'm on the wrong day. Son of a bitch. Sorry, guys. At least I think I am. No, day 7. No, I was on the right day. Day 7. I was on the wrong day. All right. But we'll keep moving and grooving through this because I got enough guys in here that makes sense. Not Davion Mitchell. I had Donovan Mitchell, but it looks like they are not going to be available. Okay. Let's keep looking. Jimmy versus Dallas. Kind of like that. Don't play Jalen Yeo sabotaging my lineups. Yeah, Heat versus Celtics was a real fun one last time. And then I was kicking it in the fast break chat. I was in Puerto Rico. And man, sitting on the beach and just freaking sitting there talking crap. Just that was so much fun. What else do we got? 130 points. Fox is an obvious one. I ran him another night. Kobe White I have. Steph is good. I might want to use him for threes, but Steph is also perennially banned in fast break. What else do we got? Toronto, Scotty Barnes has been pretty decent from points lately. Okay, the Suns are a really good play on this day. So Suns on day 7. That's the move. So I'm running Kevin Durant. I'm not running Booker on this day because I have assists already, but I'm running KD. I have a rare. I got 2 uses, so I'm running KD on this day. I'm also looking at the Nets. They're kind of dicey. I don't know if Mikal Bridges is sort of the way to go there. If I go back and I take out Fox, I want Fox on. Oh, I only got 1 use of Fox. Oh, I don't have any uses of Fox, actually. Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll do Fox in here. De'Aaron Fox. Awesome. And I like that against San Antonio. Man. And then one last one. I could go with Klay Thompson. I could go with Kyrie would be good on this day. I'm probably overkilling it if I run Kyrie on this day. But I'm going to do that because then I can play many less guys. I can actually avoid playing KD. So actually Kyrie, 1 use of Kyrie saves me 2 more KDs. So that's why I'm going to do 1 Kyrie on this day to save myself for the rest of the slate. So Anthony Edwards, Kyrie Irving, those two guys are my anchors, and the rest of the night is just I got many choices. So that is my strategy for day 7. In case you guys are watching, is it's going to be a Minnesota Anthony Edwards, and it's going to be I just lost my train of thought. Who was the other one? It was one more matchup. Brain fart. I just said it too. Brooklyn, no. Detroit, no. Minnesota, Miami, Dallas. I literally just said it. I can't remember who I said. Did you hear who I said before? Where my two strategies are running Minnesota and Dallas.
No, I didn't.
All right. Well, I'm going to run Jimmy Butler anyway. I got 2 uses out of him. But yeah, if we're going with... Oh, no. It was Kyrie Irving. I'm sorry. It was Kyrie.
You used Kyrie on day 1, though, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. And now I'm going back. Because here's my strategy, Matt. So I want you to remember this because we're going to be sort of show running, to go and get these takes out. So on day 7, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to look at the Minnesota game for Anthony Edwards. And you're going to want to have also the Dallas-Miami game. And you're going to want to run Kyrie Irving. Because if Kyrie hits for let's say 40 points against Miami and Anthony Edwards hits for 30, that's 70 points out of 130. You got between 2 players basically getting this stat. So I if you're going to basically pair between day 6 or day 7 and day 1, because they're both the same stats, then I'm going to let these matchups guide the rest. And I'm going to also let it inform day 1. So it's not just that either. Now you're informing day 1. Now I can't play Kyrie on this day. So I'm not going to play Kyrie. Thank you for flagging that, M6 man. So let's go and take Kyrie Irving out of the equation. So that's 1 less top point per game score. I got 2 Davion Mitchells. I'm running him a little bit later in the slate. Maybe tonight is the night to go play Davion. So I think I'm going to play Davion tonight and run him in this lineup. So I'm running Davion tonight, and we'll see. I got 1 use for Luka. I've actually won the top prize without Luka and Giannis playing in my lineup.
Yeah, I was about to ask you. You're not going to run Luka for anything?
I'm saving. I know how Matt Vinyls makes these games. And the way he does this stuff is he saves, he freaking crunches you around 10, 11, 12, 13. And then he eases up the throttle and then hits you again. That's actually the way it's been the past couple times. So yes, I save everything until the end. So yeah, I'm saving Luka.
Strategy.
You'd be surprised because with the planner, what ends up happening is I end up with a lot more players because I don't have it tied to my OTM collection. So basically, and if you want to sponsor us OTM to go and do it, I'm more than happy to go and do that. But yes, the reason why I can't see my uses on the sheet is because I don't have it tied into OTM in my collection. So long story short, basically, I need to sort of play out of my mind what I have in my collection and go by the uses and assume that I'm correct. But I'm not double checking myself with my collection and OTM. So therefore, I'm just there's going to be players that pop in every single day that I'm going to be like, oh, I didn't use this guy on this day. Now I got another Luka use. Now I got another Kyrie use. Now I got another Embiid still not in this whole thing, but he could be back within the next 14 days. So we'll see. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm running Maxey early if I can. So I have even Tyrese Maxey tonight, and I was supposed to have Maxey going later on, and I never changed that. So, but I'm already doing it natively on the website, so I don't need to mess with that. Okay, let's go into day 1, and I'm going to do my replacement for... Oh, no, I already did it, Davion Mitchell. So let me remove on day 1.
Davion Mitchell or Donovan Mitchell?
Donovan. Sorry. This is what 5 hours of sleep is doing.
Yeah.
5 hours of sleep and probably 10 hours of streaming in 2 days. Nonstop with this. I'm so happy that I took off today. It's been a day. All right, so field goals made, steals. That's what we got, 40 and 5. So now we have one of these hybrid. This is where the inflection happens during fast break that I've noticed. So we have here. Let's go. I want to pair up. Yeah, day 8. So here's day 8. Here's the slate. And I'm going to go through the sheet again. So we want 40 field goals made and 5 steals. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into Yahoo, and we're going to go back to steals. And we're going to go through all players. And we're going to go through steals in the past 14 days just to give us a little semblance of what's going on. Matisse Thybulle in the past 14 days in 3 games has 4 steals a game. Still a super small sample. I don't know that I trust that. And you also have to pair that up with field goals made. So you can't just go for a specialist. So any specialist on here, I'm not going with. Chris Paul has himself okay. So 3.5 steals, 2 games only. We're gonna have to extrapolate that probably a little bit on the day of, because we'll have more of a sample size that day. But Chris Paul, 40 field goals made though, so you need 8 per. Oh man, this is a really tough day. You need 8 field goals made per day, 1 steal from each player. Are the Clippers playing this day? Clippers are not playing this day. So this is where I'm identifying the teams that yield this stat. So I'm not even going to use Yahoo until I have a better semblance in my head for how this can work. Milwaukee, no. LA, no. Portland, probably no, but there could be something there. Maybe Jeremy Grant. Could take a look at him. Houston, Jalen Smith Jr. potentially. Miami, Butler. Oh, this is a Miami Butler day, guys. You heard it here. Day 8, Butler. If you don't run Butler on this day, then just skip. Just completely skip the day. Butler is 100% what you want when you want to have steals. Butler he's been a little bit off this season, but if he's locked in the matchup, which here it is against OKC, then he could definitely yield some dividends here. So Butler is definitely where I'm going here first to sort of architect the rest of my attempt at this slate. You got OKC Thunder with steals. Not sure where J-Dub fits on this. I feel like SGA is pretty good here. I may use SGA. I have 2 uses for him. Atlanta, DeJounte Murray. We got 40 field goals made. I may need to switch my strategy. Let's go take a look at the Atlanta Hawks here. Atlanta Hawks. So here we go. 1, 2, Atlanta Hawks. And we got DeJounte Murray in the past 14 days. And so DeJounte Murray has himself in steals because remember, he's now having a lot more usage on offense, still getting 1 a clip. Field goals. He has a lot more usage, 9 out of 19. Yeah, DeJounte also. Jimmy Butler, DeJounte, if you're trying to win on this day, that's who you want. DeJounte and you want Jimmy Butler. So let's go and let's add DeJounte Murray in here. All right, DeJounte Murray. And then, I'm going to have to go and take him off on an earlier day. So DeJounte is on day 6 for me. Oh, but I have 2 uses. So DeJounte's on day 6 and I have him on day 8. Do I have DeJounte another day? Yes, I do. I have him on day 2. Sorry, DeJounte, you are not rocking with me on day 2. I'm going to move you out of here, DeJounte Murray, because I need you in 2 other uses, I think. There's other players here who I can rock with. Man. But this one's a little bit more difficult. Whew. For assists, 25 assists. Rozier, Schroeder. Let's see, Atlanta, Brooklyn, Utah, Miami, Portland, Memphis, Scoot. Let's take a look at Scoot Henderson right now. I want to see his injury status. If he's close to returning, which I don't think he is, he could be a play. He gets a ton of assists. Scoot Henderson. Nope, he's still out for a bit. So yeah, it doesn't seem like Scoot's gonna be ready by that day. Memphis, no. Denver, no. Man, I might have to run with LeBron on this day. How's Bradley Beal doing? He was supposed to be the point guard of the Phoenix Suns. No coincidence that Grayson Allen is back, or no coincidence that Beal is back, and now the Grayson Allen is Steve Nash. The Grayson Allen Steve Nash conversation is over. So let's see.
I actually have a Bradley Beal rare, so maybe I could run that one.
You definitely should make use of that.
Mm-hmm.
Is Beal hurt again? You could be right. Yes, he is. Of course he is. He won't play Thursday. He's missing his 5th straight game. Okay, so Beal's out as well. So actually, let's do this. Now we're going to dig into a little bit more stats. Splits, Grayson Allen. Splits Grayson Allen. Okay, and then we're going to go to Basketball Reference and let's pile up through his splits. And we're going to go through, let's see. Sorry, guys. 5 hours of sleep. It's hitting. All right, splits. Here we go. And we're still rocking and rolling through here. What I want to do is Kevin Durant, or I'm sorry, Bradley Beal. So I want to see his numbers without Beal in the lineup. Let's see. That might be under the lineups menu, actually, now that I'm remembering. So let's look at lineups, actually. And it's not going to give us like everything, but it's going to give us an indicator of how Grayson Allen performs on the assist level when Bradley Beal was out.
Mhm.
So let's see. For these are the 5-man lineups. There's definitely a much better way to find this. I'm going to stick him in for right now. This will be another point of research for me later, but definitely someone out here can pull up the stats on Grayson Allen when Bradley Beal was out. And I'm almost and I don't have a Grayson Allen moment because I freaking hate the player. So I'm gonna have to go buy one. But like I'm also like 100% certain that okay, let me see. Grayson Allen assist numbers, no Beal 23-24. It'll pop up. There we go. StatMuse is great for this. So his assist numbers without Beal. So yeah, he's at like 3-4-ish per game. Yeah, it's not making me feel super confident.
Hmm.
Let me keep looking. No DeJounte. DeJounte out means Jokic assist goes up. How much did Reggie Jackson score last night? Or how many assists did he have last night? I can't remember if he had over 4, but I want to say he did.
That's not Reggie Jackson. It's the other one.
Yeah. All right, so last night against Miami, he had 2 assists. So yeah, I'm not feeling comfortable even with the Jamal Murray injury that he's going to pick up the slack there. Oh boy, yeah, this day 2 is a little bit tough. Houston, Fred VanVleet. So it is LeBron kind of or bust. So yeah, I think I'm going with LeBron or Grayson Allen, depending on how I'm sort of feeling about that lineup. And the Keontae George may be clutch for Utah because that may need to be investigated a little bit more. Actually, let's do that real fast. The team I haven't checked out on this day was Utah. So let me go back here to Utah. Let's go back to players. Let's go to Utah. Shout out to our friends in Utah. Great people. Love them. Utah Jazz Club especially. Let's see. Lauri Markkanen. We got ourselves season averages, and we're going to go with assists. So Jordan Clarkson for season is leading the way. We're going to go with the past 14-day averages here. And we got 7.3 assists per game for Jordan Clarkson. So Clarkson seems to be the man here. Keontae George, 6.5. This is a very assist-heavy team. So Clarkson is the one who in the past 14 days has been leading the way. And then as we shift together, Clarkson, George, Sexton, that was Vinyl's way of telling us, take a look at the Utah Jazz. So he definitely had a little bit of insight there on this. So yes, you want to run Utah on day 2. Keep your eyes on Utah game 2, guys. If you want to, you don't have to punt on day 2. You can go with Sexton. You can go with Sexton. You can go with who else do we have here? Sorry, guys. You can go with Sexton. You can go with Clarkson. Those 2 guys you can get basically like base value moments, like for $1 for them. So I would use either of those guys on day 2, guys. So I'll keep my eyes and see what I want to do. But for right now, I'm going to stick in Sexton. And then I'm going to stick in Clarkson, actually, on this day. So I'm going to run 2 Utah Jazz guys, and I'm going to save myself another use on Bradley Beal, or I'm sorry, on Devin Booker. Although Devin Booker could crush this slate without Bradley Beal being involved, because he's the one whose assist numbers are obviously going to go up as de facto point guard. Franz Wagner isn't underrated on the assist level. Okay, let's take a look at Franz Wagner. And you guys are seeing how day 2 is really informing your strategy the rest of the way. So I know this is a grind. I know it. I'm doing it. This is why I set the time aside, because I wanted to do all 14 days. I can't deliver good content unless I become familiar with it. And so being here to build with you guys, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. So here's what we're going to do. Franz Wagner, we're going to look at the assist total here. And we have him at 4.8 in the past 7 days. And we also have him at 4.6. running more playmaking. Banchero, Cole Anthony, Magic, Utah Jazz looking pretty good on this day. Magic, Utah Jazz, day 2. If you don't have to skip this day. You can definitely run those 2 teams on this day and just take a shot at it. Pick the team that you think is going to be better. Let's look at the matchups for that. Utah versus Miami. I don't like that matchup at all. So I actually may go back and do. Who are we talking about again? Wagner for Orlando, and he's not playing this day, so I can't do Orlando. If Orlando were on this day, that would be the second choice. The matchup for Miami scares me, so maybe I'm running one Utah guy that day. But yes, keep your eyes on Orlando just in case. That would be a team to go look at. But I'm going to save Booker because he's playing at 8 o'clock that day, so I can slide in Booker if my team is underperforming. So Booker is off of my lineup, right? Doesn't mean that he's completely gone. It just means that I have to do the work if the game starts to plug him in if I need him. So that's why I'm doing the work ahead of time, just so that I avoid that scenario of having to catch up with it. Clarkson here, Sexton here. I'm rocking with these guys. That's it. If you guys want to see like what a lineup looks like when you're kind of bailing on a day, this is it. Clarkson, Rozier, VanVleet, Sexton, Schroeder, day 2. Very different. So that's what we got on this day. All right. And so then we're going to keep rocking and rolling. We're on. And if you got anything, Matt, just let me know.
No, I'm good.
Awesome. All right. So we're almost our way through this whole thing, guys. Sorry about everything happening right now. We are on day 8. So we got just a few more days here to keep going through. So day 8 out of 16 or out of 14. Let's keep going. Day 8 field goals made. And 5 steals. So who are we doing this replacement with on this day? Let's see. We already have built in our lineup. Jimmy Butler, DeJounte Murray. That's what I made room from initially. But those guys make the most sense if you're trying to get steals. Jimmy, DeJounte, Orlando with steals. Fultz gets a lot of them. Suggs could be an interesting one. Let's take a look at Jalen Suggs. Is he still scoring? Because that's the only thing is he has 11. He has 4.5 field goals made. You need 8. That's a little bit too high for him to climb. So I'm not feeling good about the steals there. And he's at 1.6. So he is a guy that if you do haven't, like he will put you over in steals if you want to go that way. Cole Anthony is sitting at, let's see, field goals made 5 per game. That's still not enough usage for me. So I'm skipping past 7. This is a skippable day, guys. This is definitely like a hard day to skip. Day 8. Let's keep going. Let's see the Knicks. Anyone with steals? OG's not going to be back yet. Josh Hart, not enough field goals. Don't think that's going to happen. Actually, this is actually where Davion Mitchell is coming through. So Davion's going to come through here. I have a rare of his. Not Davion, I'm sorry. Donovan Mitchell. So let's go Donovan Mitchell here. And then let's see. Donovan Mitchell, I got him once. And that's going to be my second use of Donovan Mitchell here on day 8. So that's my second use of Donovan Mitchell, but he's a must on this day. And I don't even have to look at the stats to know that he gets himself about 1 to 2 per clip in any scenario. He's been very consistent as a pretty nice defensive player. But oh, look, hold up. He's averaging 0.3 steals per game. What am I saying? Freaking talking myself up. Let's see. Last 7 days, man, he is definitely dropped off with steals. Wow. 0.3 steals a game. Maybe I'm not feeling so hot about that. When's the last time this guy has had himself a steal? Because that seems like a very long time. So he hasn't played in 4 games. That's what the sample size is. That makes sense. Okay, but let's see. Oof, no, it's still a little bit. He went through a period, but otherwise he's pretty healthy with steals. I'm thinking he'll be good by then. So I'm going with Donovan Mitchell. Anthony Edwards is obvious. Oh man, shit. I might have to move Anthony Edwards here. I have us. Brandon Ingram, New Orleans Pelicans.
That's a good one.
1 steal per game. I got 2 uses for him. That's where Ingram is going.
Yeah.
Brandon Ingram. Always double check your uses.
And he always has the potential to go off. It
Mhm.
seems like you just never know. He can just, it could be that day.
Maxey is good at steals as well. I'm trying to save that. Charlotte. I wonder if they have anybody who interests me from a usage side in the past 14 days. Trey Mann with 2 steals per game. How many field goals? 3.8. Well, I guess we should just rank by field goals made and steals. Damn, Miles Bridges. But I sort of have a rule against playing him in any fantasy format. I just don't do it. I pretend like he doesn't exist. He's not in the NBA, so I don't even want to entertain playing him, even though, yeah, you could make an argument you could play him that day. Washington. Is there anybody in Washington I'm liking? So let me see Washington. Yeah, I heard the stat category. Didn't hear the day slate. Yeah, exactly, brother. It's this day is tough. This day is really, really tough. This is where it gets hard. So maybe what I want to do here is I want to go through the Ingram, Washington. Yeah, I guess for right now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and sort of leave this like in, well, you know what? Actually, Milwaukee, I feel like the Bucks, hold up a second. The Bucks have, no, Giannis has only 0.3 steals per game. Dame is a pretty nice play on this day. I can't depend on that though. And that's 7 days. It's not 14 days. Yeah, it's still kind of the same averages. Last 30 days, we should be doing a lot of. All right. So let's see. I'm on one last player. I should really just go ahead and pick one because that's what makes it so tough. Did I save a Maxi use for myself? Is that why I also did this? No, I have Maxi being used elsewhere, right?
I thought you took him off something, or maybe
I did, but
no, you thought you had him on day 1, but you didn't.
No, I took him out and I put him on day 8. That's what I did. All right, let me go to. You know what I'm going to do? I think this is where I stick in. So on hard days like this, where I need to climb over the top, and it's a late game, I'm going to go with my 2. So this is where you target your rares. So I'm going to go with the OKC Thunder, and I'm going to be adding SGA because he averages 1.6 steals per game and he averages 11 field goals made. He can alone carry me in this.
Out of curiosity, where does Alvarado kind of? Well, I don't think he's even playing that.
Not enough field goals made, unfortunately. The steals are one part of the equation. Steals. Yeah. So Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So here are the must plays on this day if you want to actually win day 8: Butler, Murray, SGA, probably Ingram. But I would say those 3, and you're feeling pretty comfortable. So I'm going locked in on day 8. So we'll see how this pans out in the long run. Day 9, let's keep going through here. And this will all change. It changes dramatically as the days go on. And as
like update it by the time we get to the next show.
Yeah. All right, let's go to day 9. 15 3-pointers made. Okay, now we can relax a little bit more and we can sort of, okay, now is where I'm going to be tapping into. I don't know if I'm going to tap into LA yet. I should. But yeah, this is a day where I want to reach into at least one LA player. So I'm going to go in today with Harden. Let me see if there's any days with assists. Day 13. Does day 13 have the Clippers? I'm going to take a look at that. Day 13 Clippers. Okay, let's go see that day. No Clippers. This is the day to run Harden. All right, so this is day 9. So I'm running Harden on this day. Hopefully he's healthy. Because that's half of this is people get injured all the time. So I got Harden on day 9. That's who I like. I also got Kobe White. I got his legendary. Let's keep going. Let's keep going on the train. But if I don't have him, I'll plug in somebody else. Mikal Bridges. You can go with Cam Thomas if he's back, but that team has just got so many like people to feed, and it's a deep team. I don't know. I don't, and they suck, so I don't want any part of that. Charlotte Hornets. This may be a good Brandon Miller day. So if you have Charlotte, I'm pretty sure that Brandon Miller will go in and hit that for you. So yeah, Brandon Miller's at 2.9. On this day, you need 3. So this is an easier day. So you don't have to go nuts on this particular day. That's why I'm running with Harden, and I'm sort of going to let everything else sort of fall into place. I'm going to rock Harden, Kobe White. I'm going to do Steph Curry. I'm just going to go and fill in like all the top guys, and I'm probably not going to have to use all them. Anyone else? Utah Jazz, Denver, Toronto, Portland. Toronto, maybe. Gary Trent Jr. How is Gary Trent Jr. still doing with the new trades? I know he's been slipping a bit lately. Quickly has 2. Gary Trent Jr. sitting at 2 out of 5 attempts. How are we doing on his minute allocation? Let's see here. His minute allocation. He's been over 30 minutes a game. He's taken a healthy 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 per game. I'm feeling pretty good about putting in Gary Trent Jr. He's a trade target. So Trent Jr. is someone that you guys should probably take a look at if you want to save some more entries. And obviously, as this is the second half of the whole slate. So if I can go and then basically do what I did with day one and start to change this over time, that's kind of what you want to do. What else do we got? Gary Trent Jr. We got the Brooklyn Nets, Cam Thomas, Dallas, Tim Hardaway Jr. Somebody sits out. Detroit, interesting. Vassell. There's a lot of ways to go on this day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and pick somebody from Detroit. Fontecchio, I think, would be a good one on this day. Fontecchio is at 2 out of 5. I like Simone Fontecchio if I can go and add him on. Fontecchio. So got 3 alphas, got 2 guys who sort of are interesting plays. We'll keep rocking and rolling through here. I'm saving my uses in the end. So still got quite a bit to go in this. Oh, man. Like, I want to commit so bad to 10 to 17. I'm losing a bit of steam, but that's how you guys know. We're in this to win this. Got to keep rocking and rolling. So yeah, let me grab a little bit of water. All right, awesome. And yes, it's a freaking 3-hour power stream, 4-hour power stream I think we're working on now. All right, so 3-point attempts. I need a bong hit. Oh, I wish, brother. After the stream. Yeah. All right, let's see. 3-point attempts. Free throws attempted. So another hybrid stat here. So as we get into day 10, let's see. Another big slate for this. So really the main thing is free throws attempted. That's going to be the stat that you sort of want to track. And you got a lot of players to go and choose from. So you want threes and you want free throws. That's going to indicate to me indicate to me usage again. It's another Anthony Edwards day. Anthony Edwards is a big one. LeBron.
Days like this always trip me up because it's kind of like 2 separate categories combining. So I'm not the type that's going to do my due diligence and research. I'm going with whatever I got available at that point and whatever is recommended.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you're like me, this is definitely useful information because it's probably why I don't win.
I mean, this takes a lot of work to go do, and by the time that you get to day 9, you're like, shit, I don't even know what I have left in this whole thing. So that becomes
then injury could happen or someone could be sitting, you never know. So
right.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy the way they orchestrated this game. I feel like it's got more to it than like, you had MR play and stuff like that, where you're kind of just like, let me pick my best guys from the top. Here you kind of got a more hand select based on matchups, based on who's playing, who's out, who's covering for that person. So it's definitely more nuanced, and I do like that aspect of the game.
It's a true game for the diehard hoop heads. So even though this is like a very arduous process, this is still a long process that you got to enjoy. What's going on, Carpig? Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, brother. Good to have you in here. Good to see you. GM, good to have you. All right, so let's keep rocking and rolling through this. All right, so we are at day 10 right now. Day 10. So 25 3-pointers attempted, 20 free throws. It's attempts. It's not even makes. So that's actually really good for us. I do like that. So I don't even actually need LeBron on this day. So this is like a little bit of the easier slate coming up, but this is meant to trip you up. You really do on these 2 days want to save some more uses for the rest of the whole time. So that's days 9 and 10 are definitely trying to get you to use your uses on the star players. You may not have to if we're going to be streaming, 9 and 10 is definitely what we're going to be wanting to target. And that's also what we're helping to do to guide our content too, is as we can sort of track these players, track these games, it informs us to like what things or you guys might want to go and track, what plays you guys might be making. So that's why we're also doing this as well, as we're coming up with our March schedule as we're doing this stream. And that's why it's ultimately important that we knock this out. Appreciate you guys. We are going to keep, let's see, Indiana, no one I like there, Orlando. So these are all attempts. So I kind of like, since there's so many people to go and choose from on this day, I'm just going to go with attempts and then free throw attempts we have here. So we need to hit the averages on both. So we need 5 3-pointers attempted, which is easy for a lot of these players. It's the 20 free throws attempted that's hard. So that's what needs to guide us, the 20 free throws attempted.
Well, you go in the line 10 times in a game. That's a lot.
But these are attempts, so they don't have to hit necessarily. Like Giannis, for instance, this is kind of a Giannis day. He's a huge anchor on this day. Who else do we got? We got Jimmy going to the line a lot, but he's not going to be putting up. No, he goes with a ton of 3-pointers, but he's not putting up a lot of threes. That's the thing. Jimmy only puts up 1.5.
3-point attempts, right? Not makes.
Yeah, 3-pointers attempted. So that's 5 they got to attempt per game. So Jimmy's nowhere close to that. So we got to not only find somebody who's 5 over on this, which we're going to find, we got to go through this list and we got to find someone who's 5 over. So Doncic, this is probably the day I'm running Luka. So they're forcing me to go and lose Luka this day if he's available. He might not be available. That's why he didn't pop up. Is Luka here on this day? No. Okay. Much tougher. And we're doing the past 30 days. So that's why I'm doing this exercise. SGA again. I got to do 2 my uses back and forth. We got free throw. This is an SGA day. Got to have an SGA rare. That's it. Like he's an anchor. He takes 3 3-pointers per game, but you're still not at your 5, right? I can get my 5 elsewhere, but what I'm getting out of him is 8 free throw attempts a game. So I'm well over I'm basically at that average. So I'm gonna have to make up it's 4 free throws attempted. So I'm like well over the average. So I can focus a bit more on 3-pointers made if need be. But I'm gonna keep looking. Let's see. So how am I doing this? Free throw attempts, 3-pointers attempted. So 7.9, 6.6. Brunson's a good one too. Brunson's actually key here. Brunson's actually the guy you guys want to have. I'm not even sure SGA does enough for 3-pointers to merit a consideration on this. So I'm actually going to go and take SGA out. I'll probably need him somewhere else. Jeremy Grant. There he comes again. Free throws here. 3-pointers attempted at 5. He's right on the money. No. Thank you for calling that out. No Portland that day. 7 for Zion. He's not taking enough threes. Edwards. This is where Booker probably comes in. He doesn't take that many 3-pointers. That's the thing. But he's at a healthy 5-ish. But, yeah. I'm going to go with Booker right now, too. That's what I say. Oh, he's not playing that day. Son of a... You guys are seeing already. This is a really tough day.
Yeah. They're about to be scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Sexton is the guy to move. You got to play Sexton on this day. He's not playing.
Maybe it's a day you skip. I don't know.
Probably is. Donovan Mitchell. 9 attempts. You have to play Donovan Mitchell. So that's going to probably... I got to go back and I got to move out Donovan Mitchell. So let's keep moving back. All right. I got Donovan Mitchell on day 8. I have him today, don't I? I do. I got him 3 times here. Donovan Mitchell. Okay. Let's go and move him out of day 1. What up?
No, I was just saying Spida.
Yeah, Spida Mitchell.
Funny enough, I got a pair of Donovan Mitchell Spida socks for Christmas one year, and I actually wore them to the wedding.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
That's dope. All right, let's see. Is there anybody on these lists that I haven't really used yet? I haven't really used Dame yet.
Used them on the assist day, though, didn't you?
Potentially. Let me see. Nope.
Okay.
Oh, wait, maybe I did because it says -1. So actually, that could check out. Yep,
Yeah,
I'm
you got
using him.
there.
Gotcha. So it's not gonna auto find. Or it's not gonna find here. It's gonna find it on the bottom. Yeah, and yeah, guys, you can see your uses here on the bottom. So that should
Yeah,
give you an
good
indicator.
luck trying to get a Dame rare because that is I'm a Dame collector, and it's like I'm priced out on the higher end stuff, and it's like all the good stuff is expensive. So that's a tough one.
All right, let's see what Cade Cunningham has been doing in the past. I think he's been scoring quite a bit. So I mean, I like him on other days. But he's averaging 21 a game. So I mean, you got to be what at for 130. So I mean, you can get there. I was running Simons on another day, right? How was Simons doing in
Yeah,
scoring?
you were. I think you were running them on like day 3 or 4 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. He's at 21. I do have 2 Jeremy Grant moments, or 2 Jeremy Grant uses. So actually, I can just look at my uses here. Jeremy Grant.
But yeah, they didn't have Jeremy Grant, so you had to put in Grant Williams.
That's right, but that actually wasn't the case, so he wasn't playing. But I don't think I'm actually running Jeremy Grant anywhere else. But I do have a rare of his, so I do like that. And on this day, I'm going to go and slide in someone because it's going to mess with my whole thing if I don't do that. And I've been looking at it, and it's been annoying me. So let me go to the Portland Trailblazers. Let's go to Jeremy Grant. I'm going to add him right now. Cool, feeling okay about it. I'm going to have to still think about day 2 a little bit more. This will all change by the time that my thing goes live today. So you guys can feel free to copy, but it will change. Okay, so I just moved who out for Jeremy Grant again? I moved Grant Williams on day 5. So I'm going to day 5. Today is 20 free throws made and 25 free throws made. So it's just like a lot of attempts. I'm just going to go ahead and stick in, I guess, how often does Boston go to the free throw line? I feel they have quite a few free throws made. So Porzingis goes 5.9 times a game. That's pretty healthy. Tatum goes 5.3. Brown goes 3.8. So Tatum and Porz are probably the 2 easiest ones, but I already added Tatum on here, so I can't go Celtics because I don't feel comfortable enough with Jaylen Brown. I know that Garland actually low-key goes to the free throw quite a bit, so I wonder if Garland, because I have a rare of his, whether I can go Garland on this day. But I don't know how yeah, when him and Donovan Mitchell play, he just isn't going to the line as many times as he used to. So that one's a little bit tougher. So I don't really want to go there. I have not run, I think, Scotty Barnes, but I believe Scotty Barnes goes to the free throw line quite a bit. So I could go Scotty Barnes, and I think, do I have a rare of his? I might have a rare of Scotty Barnes. Yeah, I have his throwdown moment, actually. I can use 2 Scotty Barnes moments, which is awesome. Yes. Awesome. He goes to the line 4.5 times per game, makes 3, so close to 4. So he's right on that average on the attempts. So it's a little bit tougher to include him, but I do have his rare, so that's going to help things. And I also have the Jalen Brunson rare. How many Jalen Brunson moments am I using? Using 2 already, so I can't use Jalen Brunson because I'm using them elsewhere. Man, this is tough. Okay. Tyus Jones. How about him? We were talking about him earlier. Tyus Jones on the San Antonio Spurs. So Tyus Jones, 6.5 per game. Or, I'm sorry, I'm looking completely at the wrong stat. Sorry, guys. I was thinking something else. Let's see. We're looking at free throws made. Actually, Jalen Smith Jr. is where I want to look. Rockets. I think we talked about that before. Jalen Smith Jr. Rockets. So Houston. All right, Houston. Free throws made. Sengun is the most. Jalen Smith isn't doing enough there. Damn. I think I'm gonna have to run KD on this day because I only have two Kevin Durant. I have two Kevin Durant uses to use, and I've only used them once. And there's no Beal for right now, so KD it is. KD it is for day 5. Day 5, Kevin Durant. So now I have Kevin Durant for 2 uses. So my Kevin Durant uses are up. That's why the rares are really important, guys. You're seeing how much of a material difference it's making when you're doing these lineups. And yes, we watch a lot of basketball here, and this game is still incredibly difficult. But you do all the work on day 1, and the rest of it is just maintenance. And then the content will flow a lot easier than today. So sorry if this has been a lot for you guys. but yeah, maybe we'll do this in a separate stream. And the next time I invite, guys like Veerman and Vinyls, we can sort of talk through the high level stuff as we prepare beforehand. So appreciate them for taking this test run with us this morning. We've had about 60, 70 people throughout the day. So it's been pretty awesome since this morning. Slot number 3. So here's what we're going to do. We're on day 10. So this is what brought me all the way back to day 5 and day 2. So on day 10, we still have attempts. Very easy day to go through here, but this is why you want to make the most use. Well, that's not very easy, actually. We said the opposite. Let's go back to all players. Again, the free throws attempts are the ones that sort of guide this day. And then you need a high volume. Trae Young, unfortunately, is out. Banchero, not enough. Shit. Yeah. It's gotta be Harden on this day too. Have I played 2 Hardens yet? Let's see.
No, I don't think so.
But that's why I saved them. This is
my
my second use for Harden.
Okay,
I have 2 uses for Harden.
Nice.
So Harden is for day 2. So yeah, that one's way more difficult. So let's see what else. And I might have to switch that. Oh, you know who's a pretty good 3-point free throw maker is Malik Monk, actually. Malik Monk. Rudy Gobert, Tatum.
Kings play that day?
I don't think so. Maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
No, they do. They do.
Nice.
Can I get a link to the document? Of course you can. Samit, you got it. Let me go through here. This is the original document. So you're going to have to make a copy, and you can just go ahead and plan this out yourself. So we're going to run through. We're going to give you guys sort of our day-by-day plays, and then we can all talk about it in the Discord if you guys haven't been around the entire day. But there's serious moves to be made throughout this entire thing. So for anybody who's been here the entire time, just sort of hearing what our strategies are a little bit. And as the days go on, we'll have to adjust, especially with the late swaps being involved. So chasing those legendaries, baby. Play this game for 17 days. You get a pack. You get 3 packs if you get all the way up to 13, 14. And yeah, that's why we're doing this, because this is fun. And hopefully we can lead to you guys winning too, because you winning doesn't affect me winning. And that's what makes this game really cool. So James Harden, he's necessary this day. Let's keep going. I missed your day 1. Curious who I went with. Yeah, so DJ Pasquan. Everything in the future is informing my first day. So it's changed. I still have Giannis here. I have Tatum. I have Curry. I have Grant, and I have Quickly. And now that I'm seeing that I have Curry, I actually played him. I played him 1 extra day than I should have. So let me go take a look at that because, yeah, I have 2 uses for Curry. So thank you, DJ Pasquale, for telling me, because now I'm gonna have to switch Curry because he's necessary on a different day. So Quickly in, Grant in. Man, this is tough. Man. Let's take a look at Siakam. I feel like Siakam has picked it up a little bit lately. The fit has been somewhat all over the place, but let's take a look at the past 7 and 14 days for Siakam from the point side of things. So Matherin has been playing pretty well points-wise. Siakam, the 3 of them are pretty healthy. So if the lineup suggests that I should run against the Pelicans, I don't like that. Ugh. Yeah, I don't like running anybody against the Pelicans. You don't do that against Trey Murphy and against Herb Jones. That's I had Grant as well. Grant is a great play on day one. I got his rares, and it's super useful on this slate. So highly recommend getting a Jeremy Grant if you got one to go use. Oh boy, there's got to be an edge play in here somewhere on day one. You know what, guys? I ripped the Kobe White. It's probably not selling today, at least before this slate happens. So yeah, I'm moving Steph out and I'm moving Kobe White in. Ride and die with the Bulls, baby. Not going to overcomplicate it. He's scoring 19 a game over the whole season, but if we look at his stats, yes, the percentages are just not great at all whatsoever. But past 7 days, DeRozan at 28, Vooch at 23. Man, but White has been at 13. Like this is a this is a slump. Ugh. And he's had one of these already this season, so I don't know. But this is just the type of guy to pop off on this night. And here's the thing. Let me take one more. This is a 9 o'clock game that I'm talking about. I can up it if I want to throughout this. And then I go to my planner and then I swap out the guy that I'm using on the day that I'm using. So this takes constant maintenance to keep this up to date. So that's just something I want to inform you guys on. So I'm going to play Kobe White with the intention of probably playing someone else because I have his hollow and I have 4 uses for him. So you see already how one hollow from an active player that you trust can help you out. Not that I trust Kobe White, but theoretically, if you were on a heater, you could do that. So one Lego is a Jeremy Grant Lego probably is doing well for you right now, but obviously things can change from one year to the next, trades, injuries, etc. Do your own due diligence with your long-term play there. James Harden, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, and let's see, we're on day 10, I believe, here. So day 10. All right. 3-pointers and free throws attempted. Let's keep looking through here. All available. Oh, no, not all available players. All players. And then we're going to go through free throws attempted again. Oh, man. All right, guys. Here's our first buy action moment of the night. I've been wanting to go and get a DeMar DeRozan rare for a while. As I'm seeing these free throw categories, I can't help but think like this is probably the most valuable rare to have for one of the most valuable rares to have for this slate. So interestingly enough, I'm just going to go take a peek. For $13, he gets me an extra use. I'm going to sort of think about that, but DeRozan is someone who I'll think about when the time comes on day 10 to like get a second use out of him. So 25 3-pointers attempted. Let's see, Bronson, Banchero. What we need this number here to be above 4, and then this number above 5. So 5 and 4, that's what we're looking for on this. So we need over 4 attempts. Ingram is definitely 1. I think we added him already, right? No, we didn't. But I think I have 3 attempts with Ingram. Shit. Oh, man, dude, this fucking game. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cuss. Oh, man. I can't use Ingram on this day either. Oh, man, this is tough. Ooh, okay. Keep going through the list. Ingram just might be a necessary play this day, so I'm going to have to look elsewhere to see where I move Ingram off from. That's what I'm seeing from this indication. And there's going to be somebody else who pops into here who's going to be a bit risky, but I feel good if I have Ingram and I play a risk. So here we got Grant again. Let's keep going. Maxi's pretty healthy over 5 and 9, but am I running him? I'm running him like another day. Wow, Talen Horton-Tucker, but he's only shooting 2 3-pointers a game. Jaden Ivey. Okay, here we go. Above 4. RJ Barrett, above 4. Okay, I like Barrett. I like Ivy. Kobe White. How many Kobe White uses do I have? Oh, he's not playing on this day. Let's see some of these other guys. Let's see Ivy, and then let's see Barrett. Ivy in Detroit. No Detroit on this day. And Barrett in Toronto. This would be a great day for an RJ Barrett. No Toronto. Damn. Yeah, this day you need Ingram. Rozier's another one. Oh man. Okay, Josh Hart is, but damn, that's 10 days away. Some guys might be coming back. I like Hart. Lillard looks good for this day. I may have to plug him out another day. All right, so that's what I'm going to be going with. I'm going to go with, actually, Kate. Oh man, I'm running Cade Cunningham tonight. Oh boy, this is a good one. This is a really good game. So this is going to change, but I'm going to use Hart. And I'm going to use Lauri Markkanen, actually, if he's available. Please tell me Lauri Markkanen is playing. I have not used Markkanen. Oh my god, nobody's playing on this day. Oh, this is so frustrating. It's a good frustration. Ooh, Jordan Poole. No. God, I gotta play Jordan Poole on this day. That's just it.
Him for any last end of the game shots.
Yeah.
That
last night. Yeah. Jalen Smith looks okay. He's averaging 4 free throw attempts. Jalen Smith has been low-key going to the line, so let's see. Actually, that might be a way to go. I didn't realize he was shooting for 3 attempts a game. Let's look at Houston, and let's look at Jalen Smith for his 3-point attempts. So 3-point attempts, Jalen Smith has been at a healthy 6.6 in the past 14 days. Okay, Jalen Smith is a move. These will be a lot easier to see as time goes on, guys. So, yeah, don't bear with me if this is a little bit, if this is a lot. Jalen Smith is a way to go here. After a lot of pull and tug, Jalen Smith on day 10. So Poole, Smith, Harden, Brunson, Mitchell. That's a tough day. But I have a lot of guys saved up. So all that work is so that I can make 11 to 17 much easier. So you guys will see how all the guys that I saved make this so much better. And that's how Vinyls designs the game. Is it's very much on the back end, supposed to be easier if you did the right job planning. So at least that's the way that I've interpreted his game from my collection standpoint. So now we got points and rebounds on day 11. So let's go to day 11. All right, we're sort of on the way back. Seven slates left, Matt. I know we're both gassed. Definitely no pull stream happening tonight. Screw that. All right, 100 points and 40 rebounds to earn your win. So this is where we want to go and do another ranking of all players, and then we want to do points, and then we want to do rebounds and then points. So we want to go through rebounds. And it's the totality of these numbers. That's why I kind of hate. Well, I can go to another league and do this, but I'll do that later on down the road. So we want rebounds, and we're going to do this over the last 30-day average. Rebounds and points. So here we're ranking by defensive rebounds and then points. So points are going to be here. So 25.8 and 7. Our average needs to be 25. And yeah, this is an Anthony Davis day. This is why I've saved all my players. Oh, but sure enough, good old Vinyls. Not available on this day. Oh, of course, a smaller slate. Yeah, okay. Another grind here. All right. 40 rebounds. Oh, this is a great night for Vooch. I saw Bulls. I'm going Vooch. Vooch is very healthy, scoring from the field and rebounding. This is day 11. So Nikola Vucevic. So make sure you type in Vooch in the chat. So I like Vooch on this day for rebounds and for points. I'll go just without looking at the whole slate. Cleveland is probably good for points and rebounds for Jared Allen, though Mobley is back. So we could take a look at that in a bit. Nurk is another one. Durin is a fun one. Oh, Wemby. This is a day to rock Wemby. If you guys don't have Wemby, we'll talk about it on that day, some alternatives. But I'm rocking Wemby on this day because he's been scoring at a high clip. We'll see if he's still playing by then, but I haven't run him yet. Jokic, assuming that Murray is out, that could yield something. Toronto, nothing here. Maybe Barnes. I could go there. Boston with Porzingis. I like that because all I need out of this lineup is I need 8 per person. This is a Porzingis day, I think. Jeremy Grant is another great play this day. Really targeting Jeremy Grant on this with these stats. If and he's playing there. So Boston. And then we'll do rebounds. Porzingis is, dude, are you really averaging 5.8 assists or rebounds per game? Bro, Porzingis averages less than, that's wild. That I was not 100% aware of. And we also got, there's anyone else here that I'm missing. You got no, there's not anybody else in Dallas. I'm probably going here then. This is where I'm rocking with Nurk. Let's go take a look at his points. So Phoenix here, points, defensive rebound, defensive rebound, 8.7. That's good. 12 total. That's a bunch of rebounds. Points wise, he's averaging 13 a game. We need 25 in order to be able to push this. So 25 per game plus the rebounds. So that's going to be kind of tough. So yeah, Vooch is really important on this day, I think. Jared Allen. Let's go take a look at the Cleveland guys. So Cleveland here, Evan Mobley. Looks like he's going to be averaging with Jared Allen actually as the most points. They have a bunch of rebounds together. All right, yeah, this is the day that you're running the Cleveland front court. So guys, Cleveland front court is what you want on day number 11. Jared Allen, and then you want Mobley. So Jared Allen and Mobley. I'm going to be rocking them both that night. What's the matchup? Who's it against? Is it someone who's tough for rebounds? No, it's Phoenix. That's actually a great matchup for the Cleveland Cavaliers, so I like that. And then the last guy that I'm feeling pretty comfortable about is Jalen Duren. Remember, we talked earlier today about Jalen Duren. Now I'm playing Jalen Duren. So that rebound day really informed me. So I'm rocking a Jalen Duren on this day. Oops. Sorry to break the rules there. Jalen Duren. And just to double check on Jalen Duren, then we got Duren with 14 points a game. He could pop off. You never know with injuries, but I'm feeling good about the rebounds there. And I'm feeling good about the point distribution. If I have to alter it that day, then I'll just pick points or rebounds to pick my lane in a late swap. So I'm going to go through that strategy later, but there's going to be days where you should be watching the game to make these moves. So this is a day where I'm doing that. If the Cleveland matchup works out, basically, then you don't have to go as heavy at night, depending on what times they are. And it looks like Cleveland's at 6:30. So this will determine the rest of your slate or the rest of your nightly slate. So that is what I'm targeting on day 11. All right. Whew. Sorry, Matt. We're almost through this, but thank you and everybody else for sticking around. This is, lost like 15 people or whatever it is. We've been on for like 6 hours, 4 hours or something. All right. Keep moving and grooving through this. Pick five players that'll combine for at least 7 blocks and 40 points in the paint. And of course, San Antonio's playing on this night. 40 points in the paint. This is where Hartenstein, he's not going to score a lot. Is Embiid going to be back on this day? That's the main question. Embiid on day 12. That's the biggest. That's what will alter your whole entire day, because Embiid would be the perfect guy here. And he's going to change this entire day schematically. Points in the paint. Washington. Bagley. Boom. There's one. Bagley. He gets a block. I can't believe it. Marvin Bagley. Yeah, he's a really good actual target. And we actually didn't go enough into Marvin Bagley. This is a good night for him, though. Marvin Bagley. This is a good day for him. So day 12, Marvin Bagley. Keep your eyes on him then. Who else? Jaren Jackson Jr. scores a bit in the paint. We can go with him. That's a night too where these two teams aren't really doing much of anything. So yeah, I like Jaren Jackson Jr. on this day. Plus he's got the blocks. So Jaren Jackson Jr., very important on this day. So Jaren Jackson Jr. Adding him in that day. That's a great matchup, by the way. That's guiding a lot. OKC points in the paint. Chet spends way too much time on the outside. Houston, Sengun. I might have to go back and change out and swap out Sengun. He scores a lot in the post, so he might be the guy to go and move out here. Oh, Sabonis. Let's go. Sabonis, a must to go play on this day. Sabonis is a must. Giannis, if you have him, is a must. Whew, he wins you on this night. 40 points in the paint, which means, it's not a whole lot to cross. It's just the blocking that makes this kind of tough. Zubac would have been good on this night. Gobert is a good one on this night. Gobert. And I could probably get away with the Porzingis if I'm not running him anywhere because he doesn't average that many rebounds, but I'm probably getting that out of Bagley, probably getting that here, definitely getting that out of Sabonis and Rudy Gobert. I should be okay. Boston doesn't play until 8 o'clock that night, so I can make an adjustment. But yeah, I'm going to run out of Giannis moves if I don't run Giannis on this day, so I could think about maybe running Giannis on this day instead of day one like I'm doing tonight. Let me think about the matchup. Giannis against Sacramento, not great defense. Like this night, he's definitely going to pop off. But I don't have a whole lot of moves here. Giannis against Chicago. I might actually run Giannis on that other day. So I don't feel if I lose day one, I don't really care that I'm actually gonna just run a bunch of guys that I don't really care to use up that. Like I think I'm gonna just risk tonight and not use a lot of these guys. So I think even Tatum, I want to say that I have him misappropriated on here. No, I only have one use out of him, and it's day one. So, but wait a second. No, I have him on here too. So I'm going to take both Giannis and Tatum out. I think Fox is a potential out today, so I'm going to keep my eyes on Fox. But I'm running Fox. I don't think I'm playing him twice, but Fox seems like a very good play tonight for points. Yeah, I got one use out of him, and I have up to 2. So I'm running Fox tonight. I'm running Grant, running Kobe White. I'm running Quickly. This is kind of a wonky and crazy lineup, but you guys will see why in a bit. I have not run Kawhi yet. I think I'm just going to go pop him in there for right now. I think he's an injury risk, though. So let's see. Kawhi, I believe, is just coming back from injury. So Kawhi Leonard, let's see. So Kawhi he looks like he's healthy, and it's against Washington. Oof, that could be a blowout. Could be a game where like Washington kept up really well with LA Lakers last night. It was overtime, so Yeesh. But I don't know if I want any business in Clippers versus them. I know what to do again with this. I know how I'm going to settle this, guys. Sorry to keep running around here. But I'm going to go to points. I'm going to rank all players. And I'm just going to go by lowest percentage and see if there's anyone that I'm missing in the past 14 days. And that'll give me somebody who maybe stepped up in a lineup that maybe like their ownership isn't going to reflect how people view them as a player. It'll be people that are sharps that are still playing fantasy that are picking up these players. So they're out there for sure. We just got to find out who plays that night. So yeah, guys, this is all for day one. All the work for day one if you're trying to get going. All right, RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is averaging 20 a game. He's going against the Golden State Warriors. Is he playing tonight? Yes, I got him in quickly. Guess what? We're isolating Toronto as a matchup for tonight. I like Toronto versus Golden State. It's an early enough game. If quickly and RJ don't do enough, then I could start putting in the firepower if I want to. But that's what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to actually move in. Let's see. I'm going to move Kawhi out. And I'm going to move Barrett in. Because I still have that LA Clippers choice for Kawhi at the end of the night. That's why I'm doing this, guys. Sorry to confuse anyone who's watching this right now. But RJ Barrett, boom. taking a risk on Kobe White right now. That matchup is not until 9 p.m., but I'm looking for him to come back out of his slump. So I'm taking a risk there, but we'll see. The guys will inform me earlier whether that's a good play or not. Okay, let's keep going through this. We did all this because we are back to day 13, day 13 to 17. 13 to 17, so slot 1, assists, 35. Oh, fucking freaking vinyls. Oh, man. All right, so here we are again. And guys, we only got 5 more days left, so we're at the end. We'll shoot through this as quickly as we can. So 35 assists. Now is where the job gets a little bit easier because I can sort of run through. I'll run through the past 14 days just to give myself a little bird's eye view. I have not used Jokic yet, so this is where I can save Jokic for. I only have 1 use. I have 3-pointers attempts. I have free throws made, and I also have points for 150, and I have rebounds and blocks. So none of that sounds like a Jokic night unless day 16 has a small slate. This looks like a big slate to me. I don't even see Denver on here. They could be on there, but yeah, this is the night that I'm going with the Jokic. So, and here's another strategy too, guys. If you guys are trying to win on a given night, don't play the first night where everybody's going to be running Jokic. I'm going to run him on night number. I mean, people will be running him who have his legendaries and stuff, but there won't be as many of them. So yeah, I'm going to run Jokic on this night. I haven't used him yet, and this is what I'm saving him for. So Jokic on day 13. That's why I save these guys. Okay, day 13. Who else do we got on here? Just out of curiosity. We got Tyus Jones. We already used him. Doncic. Have not used him yet. Is Doncic going to be used on any of these other days? 3-pointers attempts. Yes, I'm going to probably use him on those other days. So I'm not going to use Luka yet. He'll be going on pretty soon. Let's see. More assists. Halliburton. We have not used Halliburton yet. Halliburton goes and slots in here. Halliburton. So I got my 2 main assist guys. If they net me like 20, and this is a night where I need 35, I decide on this night whether I want to make the chase for number 1 or whether I want to just coast off, back up, and just get what I need to get. It depends on, at that point, I will be able to make my decision on what's more important to me. Maybe by that point, I'm so close, I have to win 1 game out of 4 nights, and I'm cool with going after number 1 and putting in the full artillery in there. What's going on, GB? Ghost, good to see you, brother. Good to have you. Been on here a long time, man. We are grinding through 17 days of setting up our slates. And shout out to all the guys who've been hanging out here throughout the entire stream and M6, man. We really appreciate all of your support. And many of you guys were here last night late with us on stream. So shout out to you guys, honestly. Okay. Trae Young wouldn't be back at this point. We moved DeJounte out. Garland. We need 7 assists across 5 players. How are we doing with Garland and assists? So Cleveland. Garland's averaging 7.5 per game. Garland's a play. And again, guys, this could be overkill, but that's why I save my players, because if I see an angle to take off, I'm taking off day 13 and plugging them in an earlier lineup. That's what I'm doing. And that's why it's really important to do this on day 1. It'll sort of help you out the whole rest of the way. So yeah, Garland I'm adding in. Who else? Chicago, Indiana, Brooklyn, Toronto, Detroit. Maybe at this point, Simmons might be a good play. Ugh. Oh, I got two moves for Quickly. I got two moves for Quickly. Quickly's great for this day. Let me see if I have Quickly already playing twice. Nope, just once. Well, technically I have him on day 1 too. Did I not slide him in yet? Nope. Quickly and Barrett. So now I have 2 uses for Quickly, but I mean, you guys can see where these rares really, really, really come in. So Emmanuel Quickly, that's another one too. Okay, I like him on this day. And then who else do we got? As I'm looking through this, Quickly, Pelicans, no one else. Charlotte. Hey, you know what? Maybe LaMelo Ball is back. I'm giving him some time to. I don't know. He's just been in and out of the lineup this year, so I don't really watch Charlotte. It's painful to watch them. But let's see. Remains without a timetable to return. Let's see during that time. I'm gonna save a spot there, and even if he doesn't play that night, I can do whatever I want with that position. It's a placeholder. So if I'm gonna play LaMelo, it's gonna be that night, and I only have one of his moments. Day 14, threes and 3-point attempts. 4 more days, guys. Thank you all yet again for being here. Let's see. We got a Jalen Brunson, MGLE. I have this moment. This moment's awesome. 15 3-pointers made, 25 3-pointers attempted. Do we have Devin Booker playing on this night? Or how much do we have for Devin Booker? I think this is why I saved Booker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm using Booker at all. And remember, I took him out earlier. This is why. Devin Booker. All right, cool. Devin Booker on this night looks pretty good. For threes and 3. Actually, Booker doesn't shoot a lot of threes. We need. But he shoots at least 5 per game. I like Booker, and he shoots a pretty high percentage, so I'm gonna go with him. KD, I have 2 of his uses already, so I can't go KD. He doesn't shoot a whole lot of threes either. These guys are mid-range snipers. Tatum shoots a lot of threes. Clippers. I can go with Kawhi here. Don't know that I want to do that. Houston, any 3-point snipers there? This is where I want to go Buddy Hield. So somebody, I think it was DJ Pasquan, asked me earlier about Buddy Hield.
No, that was Dish to Rock.
Dish the Rock asked me about Buddy Hield. This is where I'm sticking Buddy Hield because I don't even have to look at the attempts, but I know that this guy has to take 1 million attempts in order for him to. So right now at season average, he's taking 7 threes a game, and he's making almost 3 a game. And in the past 30 days, so I mean, he hasn't been traded for a full month, but it's close enough. He's been at 7 threes a game, 3.1 3-pointers made. Let's go to the past 14 days just to give it a little bit of a bird's eye view. 3 attempts, 7, and yeah. So I think that's where we're going to go here with Buddy Hield. That's a great move on that day. So I like Hield. Matt Shore Vinyls is also a Philly fan, so also too. Nice little edge that he probably likes. Milwaukee Bucks. We got Dame would be excellent on this day. We used Beasley earlier, and so this might be where I may need to slot in Beasley inside here. We got SGA for OKC. We got Luka for Dallas. Dante DiVincenzo. I don't expect for him to slip up in threes, but let's go take a look because he hasn't always shot as incredibly as he has been. Yeah, he's shooting like 12 threes a game. So, I mean, yeah, you got to put in Dante at least until the wheels fall off. So, Dante DiVincenzo. But what I may look at is swapping Beasley for Dante DiVincenzo on that earlier slate. So, I think we looked at day number... Where do we have Beasley? I think we had him on day number 4. So I'm going to go back to day 4, and I'm going to check and see with Beasley whether I have... Who did I just say I was going to play instead? I just had it. Dante DiVincenzo. So do the Knicks play on this day? No, they don't. So Dante DiVincenzo's being... And this is where that Malik Beasley rare could come into play. So trust the process mentioned earlier that he got one for $9. Yeah, this is... I see 2 places where you can play him right now. Day number 4 and on this day too. So really important trade piece to have. Like that a suggestion earlier from him. Let's see what else we got. We also got... I can go with Kawhi here. Kawhi takes a healthy amount of threes. I don't think I have him at all. But that's why I took him off of today. Because I knew I was going to have to come up with him. And so there goes Kawhi. And then let's see what else. Then we're going to go through... We're going to go through Kawhi, Milwaukee, Portland. Is there anybody in Portland taking a high amount of threes? Maybe Minnesota, not really. We'll look at Portland and Minnesota and Brooklyn. Portland, Minnesota, Brooklyn. So Portland, Minnesota, and Brooklyn. So Simons we played already. Portland, Minnesota. Oh, Towns. Beautiful. Yeah, Towns is great. I see we got Conley in here too over the season. How about in the past 14 days? How's Conley doing? He just got an extension, I believe. So 2.5, 5 threes are pretty healthy. I kind of like rocking with Conley here. And I have 2 Karl-Anthony Towns. So is there another day I want to play Towns? I feel like I'm not using him enough. Cat. I could use him on the points day, maybe. Rebounds and blocks. Can I use Cat on day 16 as well? Can I use him on 2 days? Yep, I can. So that's what I'm doing. I'm rocking with Cat at the end of my slate. Please don't get injured. Oh, wait, he's not even available on this day. Son of a bitch. Well, at least I know who I'm playing him on this day. And I could play Karl-Anthony Towns on a different day. So that's what I may do. Actually, I may swap out Karl-Anthony Towns for Beasley. So for points, I'm going to do Karl-Anthony Towns. And then on the Beasley day, which is day 4, I think, or day 5. Day 4, let me go and see if Cat is playing on this day. Yes, he is. We're going with Cat. So as much as I like Beasley, we're going with Cat here. And then we got Kispert and we have White. So we'll see. But on this day, I'm going to go Beasley because he may be super important on this day, but I may even look into getting a rare for him. So yeah, that's going to complete that day. Whew, 3 more days, guys. Oh man, this is taking a long time, but there's probably no better list out there at this point of the juncture than what we got going on. So 3 more days, guys. Trying to get through it. Free throws made, free throws attempted. Please tell me, Vinyls, you made this as easy as last time at the end of the slate. It's all I need. All right. I got 1 Jimmy Butler play right now. There's a lot of Jimmy. Fuck, there's 2. Ugh. This is a day to play Jimmy too. We need free throws. Damn, I need KD. This might be a day to skip. No. What's going on, Jagu? Good to see you, brother. Remember when I said I was going to run Jokic on the assist day? Jokic, I think I'm going to have to run on this day, given my strategy. How often is he going to the free throw line? He's at 5 a game. He's making 4 out of 5. Does that? No, it's not moving the needle enough for me. I can't run Jokic on this day. Yo, Brandon Ingram is another one too. Like Brandon Ingram, Jeremy Grant, DeMar DeRozan. All these guys are super valuable. Wemby I played already on the blocks night. I mean, I think Jamal Murray should be back by this night. So Murray is probably an option. No, 2 out of 3, man. This guy barely... Well, I know that's only over a small period of time. Atlanta and Utah. Lauri Markkanen. Boom. This is a Lauri Markkanen day. And I'm really not using enough probably Lauri Markkanen because I have 2 slots for him. So free throws made, 3 free throws attempted. Lauri Markkanen is a big one. So I like Lauri. I think we mentioned Ivy before, but I think we're playing him on a different day. No, we're not. Jaden Ivey is not playing. At least I don't think. Still looking. Yeah, I don't see that we have Ivy in here. So I'll go with Ivy. He's been aggressive lately. They could be tanking at the end of the season. We'll see. So Jaden Ivey. Atlanta free throws. That's probably a good one to go to. The NBA is just so deep. If you dig enough, you'll find your guys. Trae Young's not here. DeJounte, no, I want over the past 7 days because this team has changed dramatically with Trae being out. Is anybody stepping up with free throws attempted? DeAndre Hunter in 7 days. It's only been 4 games, but he's going to the line quite a bit. How much is his usage going up? Oof. He's been going to the line. All right. This is kind of a throwaway day, guys. But you guys are seeing how I'm still able to find players to go and add them in. So you never have to necessarily skip out on a day. It's like DeAndre Hunter, we'll see how he's doing by that point. But if his usage and everything is going up, it's not going to be an unheld secret. But I'm going to have him slotted away at the end of my thing and not at the beginning. So, or I could do vice versa. I could switch him in eventually. So I like him. We got 2 more players left. Probably here. Do I have 2 of? I think I have 2 of Paul George. I have 1 more Paul George use. So do I have any more days that I want to use him for? Maybe the next day for points if they're on a back-to-back. Nope. PG it is. I got 1 more use out of him. And he'll be my anchor, I guess. He doesn't go to the free throw line a whole lot. He's sort of hit and miss. Sort of the only thing about him. Always injured too. So he goes through nights where he has 8, 6, 2, 6, 8, 7, 4. If he pops off that night, he pops off that night. I got no other place to go and play him. And then last but not least, I guess I'm going to go with on this one, if I'm going to go with free throws attempted, maybe what I'm going to go with is... I haven't played any Hero in here either. Hero will probably be here at some point. Let me look at the Magic. I feel like the Magic have maybe even Franz Wagner. Franz would be a good one to go play on this day. Franz Wagner. Let's go to Orlando. And let's go to assist. There we go. Banchero and Wagner for the season. But how about the past 14 days? Small sample, 5-game sample. Banchero's been assisting pretty well too. Franz has 4. Banchero has 4. This one's a little bit harder to predict. How about Charlotte? Is anybody going to the line in Charlotte as of late? If I'm going to be wasting guys, it'll be my Charlotte players. Richards. Nobody goes to the free throw line. Nobody's even trying. I don't even have I used any Scotty Barnes. And I have a rare. No Scotty Barnes. Beautiful. And I probably got to run a little bit more Scotty Barnes, but you'll see how much I'm going to be able to use later on down the road when I actually run my lineups. There's guys that I'm totally not playing and missing, and I'm digging really deep into the basketball just to have placeholders there if I want to make a move. All right, so the last 2 nights. And so me knowing the way that Vinyl's designed these games, I'm actually starting with the back end of this. 5 players will combine for at least 50 points and 50 rebounds and 5 blocks. This is a skip night for me. I'm not even going to plug anybody in on this night because by this point, I shouldn't, with all my preparation, shouldn't even have to play on this night. I don't think I've played in the past like 3 or 4 slates. So I don't ever let this go and throw me off. So I'm actually not even going to fill out this day. I'm going to go on day 16. I got 150 points to go and add. And yeah, basically on this day, I have a million guys to go and slide in. I have Karl-Anthony Towns. I have Lauri Markkanen. I have a rare for him. This is where I dump all my rares if that I haven't used. Have I used even LeBron James yet? Check out my LeBron James.
No, I don't think you did.
Lauri Markkanen. I might have used LeBron for one thing, I think. No, I haven't even used LeBron. So I'll use LeBron on this day. This is where you can see all my preparation allows me on this day to have a good chance every single day and yet still have Cat, still have Lauri Markkanen, still have LeBron. Have I even used Luka yet? Is Luka playing on this day?
I think you went to use them once.
I might have used them once. SGA. Have I used SGA on this day? Once. I got SGA too. So I know that I can pull guys from the end of my schedule to the beginning if I have to, or if something changes with basketball. So I go here to, sorry guys, right here. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And if you want to ask me which night I'm winning, this is the night I'm winning. I can run all these guys. And then who else do I have? Do I have any more sort of guys to go use? Have I even used Halliburton yet? I think I used Halliburton once. Yeah, I used Halliburton once, I'm pretty sure. DeRozan, Vooch, Kobe White a bunch. You know what? I'm going to slot in Embiid. Maybe he's ready by then. But yeah, as you guys can see, 16 days. Holy shit, this took forever. It's 2 o'clock. Dream, show us again what you picked.
No.
Oh,
No, don't do it.
For day one. I'll show you for day one. All right, guys. Yeah. So for day one, this is what I'm going with for right now. It may change later. But I got Jeremy Grant. I got De'Aaron Fox. I got Isaiah Quickly. I got Kobe White, but I'm doing Kobe White because it's a late game. So if these guys, so I got Portland, I got Chicago, this Toronto game against Golden State, where I have Barrett and Quickly, this game is going to determine whether I want to use these late swaps for something else, right? If these guys are overperforming, then don't use these guys. If these guys are underperforming, then use these guys. That's why I'm using all 4 of these players. And Kobe White has been horrible lately, but yeah, he's got to come back at some point. So I'll figure out eventually who the guys are that I'm missing in this whole thing. And I may swap out Kobe White. He's probably the one that I'm looking to swap out. There's definitely players that I'm missing. But you all, I need a nap. It's been a day. We've had quite a stream. It's been fun. And the 6-man, me and you got to do a quick chat though. If that's cool. That's all right. And nothing bad. I'm just pooped out right now, and I need to chill out for the rest of the day. So we've been on since what time, Matt? Since
We've been on since 11 my time. It's 3 now, so
4 hours.
4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
4 hours, my friends. Whew, it was quite a stream, but at least you guys know how we build this. I usually do this
back.
and we're back. Yeah, so
I hope this makes up for the absence.
Yeah, hopefully it does. A 5-hour stream, I think, goes a pretty long way for all this. And for right now, let's see how many people stopped in today to go watch this fast break stream throughout the day. I can give you guys a nice little number here to sort of
thank you for
accurately.
Everyone who spent time with us. Much appreciated.
100%. So yeah, today you've had 50 people step through today on this morning stream. So yeah, guys, enjoy your nights. I'll be building the B2B lineup so that we can plug in these guys. I just got to make a decision on Kobe White, whether I want to add him or not. Probably we'll plug in one player, but this will be our probably B2B play of the day. So I'm going to try to get that fired up before the game start. But yeah, it's just been a day, guys. So I'm going to close out. Enjoy today. Won't be on tomorrow, taking a break, and then I'll be back on Sunday. So I think on Sunday we'll be back for an international themed stream early on Sunday. For you guys who can't make it to our nighttime streams, giving you this morning, giving you another one on Sunday, and then we'll continue back with our nightly streams. So appreciate Vinyls, Steve Ehrman, you and the 6-man for rocking with me the whole entire time. Had you not been here, this would have been very lonely and just very tough to have gone through myself. So thank you for being a part of the process and the 6-man. And thank you guys for the flames. We do this for the community. So I will see you guys all on Sunday, or if I'm too tired, Monday. I'll catch you all later. And I still got prizes to go give out for fast break. So just bear with me, please.